Good morning. My name is Mark Jockers. I'm the Government and Public Affairs Director with Clean Water Services, and I'd like to welcome you to Clean Water Services Budget Committee meeting for Friday, June 5th. And I want to take the opportunity before we get started here to offer the people that are around the table here an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then I'd like to acknowledge the people that are online as well as the staff that are here. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Chair Harrington, if you could introduce yourself.
Good morning. This is the voice of Chair Catherine Harrington for the Board of Directors of Clean Water Services, as well as the Washington County Board of Commissioners. I am the Chair Director at Large, covering all of, or elected by all the voters of Washington County, but all members of the elected board serve the entire county.
Hi, I'm Tony Weller. I'm a CWAC member and the current chair of CWAC, which is the Citizens Advisory Committee for Clean Water Services. And I am the one of the builder-developer representatives for CWAC.
And I'm Dick Scouten, representing the Beaver area on the County Board of Commissioners, but also very pleased to have been a member of the Board of Directors for Clean Water Services for some years now.
Good morning, Pam Trace. I am from District 2. It's nice to see everybody.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Leader. I am Chief Financial Officer with Clean Water Services.
Good morning. I'm Diane Taniguchi-Dennis, the Chief Executive Officer for Clean Water Services.
I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce the people that we have online, the Budget Committee members. We have Lori Hennings, who is also a member of Clean Water Services Advisory Commission. There we go. We're going to wave to her. We also have Mike McKillop, who is on CWAC, as well as Dave Waffle. And we also have our board members who also serve on the committee, Commissioner Jerry Willey and Commissioner Roy Rogers. With that, I'd like to, if we could pan out to the crowd here, Michael and Chuck, who are our technical folks, I'd like to introduce the staff that are in the room right now. We have our Employee and Labor Relations Director, Holly Dober. We have Nate Cullen, who's our Water Resource Recovery Director, who's out of the picture. Oh, there he is. We have Nora Curtis, who's our Director of Utility Operations and Services. Bruce Roll, the Director of Natural Systems and Enhancement Services. We have Ting Liu, who runs our Digital Solutions Group. We have Jerry Linder, who's our Chief Legal Counsel. Good morning, Jerry. And we have Erin, she has a title. I just think she's kind of the queen of the budget, who puts everything together. So everything that happens here today, I think a great deal of the credit goes to her. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over. I think our first order of business this morning is for the election of a chair for the Budget Committee.
Okay. And Kathy Leader, Chief Financial Officer, I'll start with that. Do we have a nomination for the Budget Committee Chair?
I would love to nominate Tony Weller as the chair of the Clean Water Services Budget Committee.
Do we have any other nominations? None being heard. Do I have a motion to elect Tony Weller as our Budget Committee Chair?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations, Tony Weller.
And
Presiding
thank you.
officer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody again this year. So even the mixed format is nice. There's a nice screen here in front of us, so we get to see all your faces. So that's really quite wonderful to see you all, those that are participating online as well as those that are in the room. So thank you. That brings us to the first item on the agenda is the...
Well, just, Tony, if I could just really quickly, I'll introduce the Budget Committee protocol. So the Clean Water Services 2020-21 budget is built in accordance with Oregon budget law. This committee is established under those requirements. The responsibility of this committee is a public hearing, and the responsibility is to receive the budget message, to receive public comment, and then to deliberate and approve a budget document that will go to as a recommendation to the board to adopt. in the future. So with that, I turn it back to Tony.
Just got a note, though, those law books there, those are not Oregon Revised Statute books. They're ALR, American Law Review. So you obviously used a stock photo for it.
I'll
Just so
talk
you
to our
know.
graphics person. Who's
But
not-
you know, yeah, those books are probably anachronisms. I haven't been in a law library in a while, but I don't know. Are there still books in there? I don't know. Jerry?
There are,
Okay, good.
yes. Okay.
Okay, good. Well, I think I will go ahead and step up next. I'd like to introduce John Tapania, who is with us this morning. John is the president of Eco Northwest, and Eco Northwest is one of the Pacific Northwest's premier consulting firms specializing in economics and finance and planning. I had the pleasure over the years, I've worked with John a number of times, I had the pleasure of working with him last year on the Growing Up work we did, where we looked at economic mobility in our community. We looked at socioeconomic and demographic data for Washington County. And we talked to John earlier this year, soon after kind of the pandemic, particularly the stay home, stay safe order came from the governor, to ask him to help us, as well as Washington County, get a better understanding of what this pandemic may mean to the economic health of Washington County, what it may mean to the building and development community here in Washington County, and also to provide us some guidance on what sort of programs and processes we could put in place to support particularly vulnerable ratepayers, while at the same time trying to make investments in ways that will continue to support economic activity here in the region. So with that, I will go ahead and hand it over to John, who's going to give us a presentation this morning.
Hey, Mark, just 1 second. Committee member Molly Brown has joined the committee now on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
Welcome, Molly.
All right. Well, Mark, thank you. And I know there are a number of you on the committee here who have seen a version of this report a couple of weeks ago. The good news for you is that in this fast-changing environment, what we thought we knew a couple of weeks ago is not always what we know today. And I don't know if how many of you got up early this morning to read the jobs report that came out from BLS, but one of the wildest surprising reports, I think of all time, perhaps, economists were expecting that in May, the country would have seen an additional 7.25 million job losses and an unemployment rate of 19%. The numbers that came out this morning for May, the country gained 2.5 million jobs and the unemployment rate was 13.3%. So we can talk a little bit about that as we get into the presentation, but needless to say, this is a fast changing environment, and one that as you budget and we move through this year is one that's going to require more frequent check-ins because we've just never lived through anything like this. So I'll go ahead and say advance. There are disclaimers. Well, for the record, disclaimers. We'll move on to the next slide. So questions. We'll move through this presentation with 4 questions. What is the impact of the pandemic on the economic and fiscal outlook? What is the building and development outlook going forward? Because that has sort of direct impact on system development charges and other forms of revenue. How might these outlooks affect CWS's budget? And what are some strategies for CWS to support the economic recovery and mitigate impacts on ratepayers? So that's how this is organized. Here's the first question. We'll go into it. Go ahead and there we go. So wonderful tool that has come out supported by a think tank at Harvard University called Opportunity Insights with a lot of funding from the Gates Foundation and others. That is giving us some real-time or close to real-time updates on key economic indicators. This one, consumer spending. So you can see over the course of this pandemic and the shutdown period how various aspects of spending took either accelerated or took hits. There you can see, not surprisingly, grocery spending sort of shooting up right around that time when the stay-at-home order went into place, that green line. But overall, consumer spending dipping and still down 25% from its January levels, with a particularly strong hit in the restaurant and hotel area. So intuitive, those industries that are tied, and this will be a theme both in the past and going forward. Any kind of economic activity that is tied to social interaction is going to be disproportionately hit. You can see it in this one. So why don't we go ahead and go to the next slide? Here, this wonderful tool again can bring it right down to Washington County. And here you see Washington County's consumer spending falling in sort of concert with the states, a little bit more so at this point, down 28.9% compared to 24.8. It's probably related a little bit to the fact that Washington County's a little bit more affluent than average, and therefore has more spending to restrain than the overall state average. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Start to give you a feel for where some of the unemployment claims and the disproportionate impact of this intentional economic shutdown has taken place. Just sort of breaking this out by different occupations. You can see the longest bars at the top there, not surprisingly, in food preparation and serving, with median hourly wages typically at less than $15. Those are hard hit. This next sector is one that probably we didn't anticipate quite as much. This healthcare support, you can see in that next tranche, $15 to $20 an hour. Just an awful lot of non-critical elective healthcare that was suspended for this period of time. They were certainly staffed up for COVID response, but a lot of the rest of the routine physicals, elective surgeries, and that kind of thing were suspended. We get into that next sector. You've got construction and arts, design, entertainment, sports, and media being hit, and then down into this last section of management and professional services and the like, with the shortest bars. So this is all to say, disproportionately, this is affecting sort of middle to low wage workers, although it certainly has affected every industry other than maybe the grocers to some extent. Go on to the next slide. Here, and this is a little bit outdated. We haven't seen this updated by the state of Oregon, but can pass it along if we find it. This was mid-April. According to the claims that had been processed at that time, a ranking of sort of an unemployment rate by county at that period, and you can see an awful lot of concentration on the left-hand side along the coast and in Deschutes and Crook County. A fair amount of tourism-dependent industry going on there. You get to Washington County, pretty far to the right, squeezed in there between Baker and Benton County. Just doesn't have that same kind of deep concentration in the leisure and hospitality center, which is really at the core of where the intentional shutdown took place. So relatively less affected than the statewide average, but certainly affected. Next slide. Here are initial unemployment insurance claims by share of industry employment in Washington County. So again, you can sort of see on the left-hand side, so this is in Washington County, big numbers there for accommodation and food service, getting up to more than a third, 35% of Washington County previous employment now sort of in continued unemployment claims. The next sector, arts, entertainment, recreation, totally expected, unsurprising. And then you get down a big sector, healthcare and social assistance was, I'm going to say, a bit of a surprise. So that's how it's playing out. And again, these numbers all the way across are quite a bit higher than, if you think back in February, we were at historic lows of unemployment below 4%. Every one of these sectors is now well above that rate. Next slide. So now, what are the big questions going forward? This slide, if I had to sort of pin one to the top of this deck and say, revisit this over again as you sort of think about where we are now and where we are headed. This was a survey done by DHM Research back in April, and they asked folks, a statewide survey, as of mid-April, how soon do you think you would be comfortable doing these various things? Getting a haircut, folks thought a couple of months. Dining in at a restaurant, 3 months from mid-April. Going to a shopping mall, 4 months. Traveling on an airplane, 5 months. Now you could ask, traveling on the airplane in a middle seat, how many months would it be? And then attending a major sporting event. So the point here is, and the data will bear this out, that you've got a couple of things going on at once with respect to economic activity. There is the regulatory action of opening and closing certain industries, and that certainly has some effect. But you also have the human psychology of, regardless of what is going on in the regulatory environment, people are having to decide whether or not they feel safe engaging in different economic activities. So in some respects, the virus and the threat of it may be, and probably is, a little bit more of a determinant of economic activity than gubernatorial decisions about whether or not certain industries are opened or closed. Next slide. That shows up a little bit here, and it'll be interesting to see how this proceeds. We choose Georgia here again, going back to this Harvard think tank piece, just because Georgia was one of the earlier openers, and you can see they opened on April 30th. The slide here says opens without a spending rebound. There, you could say there's a bit of a rebound there. You can see the red line going up. Entertainment and recreation a little bit off of its trough, but still down 63% from its January activity. Restaurants and hotels you do see coming up, but still, again, well below the levels that we saw in January and February. So we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on how consumers are returning. Next slide. We just have a couple of slides here that give you a feel for how long are we in for this. This is the consensus drawing of the Wall Street Journal's survey of economists, which they do on an ongoing basis. This dotted line that you see was the Congressional Budget Office's projection of its forecast circa early or January of 2020. And then you can see in that, what is that sort of teal colored line, I guess, is how GDP, if we were mimicking the financial crisis and the Great Recession, how it played out from its downturn, et cetera. And then this check mark that you're sort of seeing there, some have called it the Nike recovery because it sort of looks like a Nike swoosh, is the consensus forecast of the Wall Street Journal economists. So and is very similar to what Oregon State economist is projecting, a recession that goes deeper, as you can see, that sort of deep fall, which we're experiencing right now, but recovers faster than the economy did in the Great Recession. And the reason that economists are arguing that, for that shape is that there really wasn't any big fundamental flaw that they could see in the economy in January and February. This was unlike the Great Recession and recessions that preceded it, that either had a financial housing bubble that created it, something wrong in the actual economy itself, or a tech bubble. In the case of the 2001 recession, for the most part, the economy looked pretty healthy in January and February, and this was just something from completely outside of the economy, this pandemic, that created this. And so, if we can beat the pandemic, if we can win the public health side, the economy should come back faster because we don't have these underlying problems in the real economy. Next slide. Similar story here, just with numbers. This is the Congressional Budget Office. And so here you can see their forecasts, and these are actually a little bit different than I think I presented to Washington County's Budget Committee a couple of weeks ago. They've been updated. So you can see how they step through there at the unemployment rate, about 15% in the second quarter, almost 16% in the third quarter, coming down to 11.5 in the fourth quarter. But if we go all the way into 2021, you can see on the right-hand side there, they're saying that the unemployment rate's still going to be hanging out around 9.3% in the 2021 period. Now, let me talk a little bit, because we had these job numbers this morning, and economists were anticipating, probably more consistent with these numbers that you're looking at here, anticipating that the unemployment rate was going to go up to 18 or 19% this morning, and it actually went down a little bit to 13.3. So what is behind that, or what are some of the theories there? First of all, I think everyone would say we are in very unusual times. Doing these surveys, just the mechanical survey that BLS does, is probably going to have a little bit more error around it than it has in the past. But a couple of other sort of specific things to be thinking about in here is we do have this big Small Business Administration funded Paycheck Protection Program in place right now that strongly encourage small businesses to hire their staff back for some period of time. And these loans would be, if folks held on to their labor, would be forgiven and essentially turned into grants to the business. They wouldn't have to repay any of that. So we're in that. And it could be that that program is working as it was designed, that some of these companies have hired their staff back, or holding on to them in current time. And then the question is, when that program ends, is the consumer demand there for them to continue to do operations, or do they start to lay people off if that demand isn't there? So that's a big question. The other technical one that I see floating around a lot in the economics Twitter is that there were an awful lot of folks who the Bureau of Labor and Statistics they codified as absent from work for other reasons. Sort of a surprisingly large number of people who were absent from work but were not considered to be unemployed. So the question will be, as we move further into this, do those folks end up showing up on the unemployment rolls more formally, or don't they? And so keep your eyes out. Needless to say, as I said at the very beginning of this, this is an economic situation that you're going to want to be paying attention to on a weekly basis, not a monthly basis. So we'll go forward. Just a little sense, as we think about how the world's going to play out in Washington County, this is all backward looking. The blue line is Washington County's unemployment rate over the course of the last 20 years or so. The red is the national rate. Just the way that these data lag, you don't see the spike yet in the unemployment rate for Washington County. I wanted to include this one, though, to sort of show that cyclically, the 2001 recession, which is that gray area at the far left of this chart, was the tech bust and the tech recession. And not surprisingly, being a tech center, Washington County's unemployment rate spiked and was elevated higher than the US levels for the period immediately following that, and then sort of settled back down to the US average. And then we had a housing bubble. And that financial crisis, and Washington County sort of consistently outperformed the country with respect to unemployment rates ever since that period. And I would say that we would sort of expect, if the nation and CBO and national economists are expecting a certain level of unemployment, we would anticipate that Washington County probably does maybe a percentage point or so better. Given that its concentration is not so tightly tied to tourism and leisure and hospitality as some other sectors might be, or some other regions. So that's the purpose of that chart. We'll move on the next one here. Just some details. This was our shot at looking at how conditions might stand in the fourth quarter of 2020. And I'm going to focus on the middle column and the column on the right. So these are our best estimates looking at both processed and unprocessed unemployment insurance claims. That is the middle column, and what the economic impacts of the pandemic and sort of collateral economic impact is on a monthly basis. And so what we're essentially saying is in current time, our best estimate is $477 million of monthly reduced economic output in the county, $170 million of monthly lost wages, almost 43,000 unemployed workers, and an unemployment rate probably sitting around 14.5%. If we project out to the end of year, that gets you into that blue column. So those numbers come down some. Now, obviously, with everything I said and the news that we saw just before I was invited to give this presentation, we'll have to see and keep an eye on these consumer spending numbers. Look at the pace of reopening and the very specific response that Washington County residents have in terms of returning, and Oregonians generally in terms of returning to socially active interactions in the economy. So that's sort of the big picture on the economy. And I think now we move to a next question, which we focus on again because of the importance of SDCs in your budgets, is what's going on in the building and development outlook going forward. So we'll move here. First of all, just an illustration of just how different the construction sector is relative to other sectors. What this shows for the state of Oregon is how long it took the construction sector relative to all sectors to recover their jobs. It took 80 months for the entire economy to sort of come back to the pre-2007 peak employment. But the construction sector here, you can see, took a much deeper dive and had a much, just barely, by the end of this period, 130 months got back to its 2007 levels in terms of jobs. So that's one item to keep an eye on. Next slide. What are the National Multifamily Housing Council's survey of construction firms? They've done 3 of those since late March. And you can see, just looking at the left-hand side, you've got more than half of those firms saying that they're facing construction delays. 3/4 and more saying that they're seeing permitting delays, and those are getting higher over time in the surveys. All big shares saying they're seeing delays in starts. Decreasing numbers saying they're seeing construction moratoriums. Of course, Oregon was a state that allowed construction to go forward more than some other states. And so you're seeing, as some of those other states reopen, those moratoriums are coming off. About a quarter saying lack of materials. There are going to be supply chain challenges. A little bit of an increase in prices. And then not quite as much a concern about that shortage of labor. So that's the construction picture. We'll go through some permitting data. So permits are sort of what we look at to try to anticipate where construction is going. You can see that permits were down. These are year-over-year changes in residential permits, down considerably there in the last recession. They picked up strongly, sort of circa 2012, 2013. But you can see, as we get into the first quarter of 2020, they were already starting to take a dip, and some of that had nothing to do, or less to do, with the pandemic. Then the pace of permitting and the pace of construction was starting to fall off already. Go to the next slide. And that's the same point here. These are year-over-year residential permits, and just the trend sort of slowing down from its big activity in 2019. Next slide. Permits turn into construction eventually, and you can see these are multifamily units under construction in Washington County over time. Took that big valley during the recession, and it took a good 3 years after the recession was officially over for construction and building to pick up again, and then a nice run between 2012 and 2018, 2019. But that big valley that you see between 2007 and 2013 is what we would argue where we ran into some of our housing affordability challenges, both in Washington County, but throughout the state of Oregon and up and down the West Coast. That was driven by the fact that we over this period of time were growing more in terms of the number of net of household creation. There were more households being created than there were units being built to house households. And we fell behind during that valley there, and when you're creating more households and you're building places for them to live in, you're going to put upward pressure on prices and on rents, and that's exactly what happens. That's a fear going forward if we replicate that in this recession. So we'll go to the next slide. And it's fewer permits now equal lower production in 2021 through 22, and that's going to translate into lower SDC revenues. And you'll see that we do that in some estimated detail on some upcoming slides. So we'll go ahead and advance that, which there, cue that question. There we go. Oh, there we are. That will stick with that one. So these are your overall revenues, service charges, other operating revenue, the orange are the SDCs, and then a little bit of other non-operating revenue in the mustard color. Our big takeaway here is if we're just on the outside looking at this chart, I don't see the Great Recession in it. You weren't particularly devastated on a revenue from a revenue perspective from the Great Recession. Some of that was going on. There was slowing in some usage going on during that period, but you did have rate increases that was more than offsetting that during that period of time. And that now you have, I believe, taken action to suspend rate or stop rate increases for this upcoming period. So that's a different policy that will create a different outcome. We'll go ahead and go forward. This is work that my colleague Andrew Dyke did in collaboration back and forth with Kathy. We'll own it, but I'll just say that Kathy understands this in her interactions with Andrew probably even better than I do. So if you have detailed questions about our findings on this, I'd be more than happy to share the stage on this part with Kathy. But here are, this is on the operating side. We see a slight reduction in terms of our forecast for fiscal year 2021, down from 157 million if you count everything, down to about 145. We were looking at some assumptions on residential and non-residential impacts on water usage out of the American Water Works Association, and dialed those back some, so didn't take sort of the national rule of thumb there. Dialed those back some, having looked at your experience through the last recession. Of course, you do have one big user in Intel, and as I would say, with so many aspects of the economy, not just of Washington County, but the entire state of Oregon, that if something changes in their behavior, it could throw a lot of things off. But for the time being, they seem to be moving along. Next slide. SDCs are, if we look at the non-operating revenue and focus in on SDCs, they are much more volatile and have much more of a business cycle feature to them. So on the left-hand side, there you can see sort of the percentage increases and how those sort of shot up, et cetera. Part of what was going on there with the chart on the right is that in addition to activity with those SDCs in terms of more building and the like, you did have rate increases in the early part of the decade that were also supporting some increased revenue. So those would have, the recessionary decline would have been much larger without those rate increases between 2009 and 2012. Next slide. So that all sort of pulls together into projection for the non-operating revenue, and you can see a bigger drop off here, sort of in percentage basis from where you have been, about 31 million, and for a 2020 estimate, dropping to 20 million, or a little bit more, almost 21 million for our estimate for fiscal year 2021. To sort of wrap it all up on the next slide, sort of compare and contrast. We've got you, if you go down to the FY 2021 Echo Northwest estimate, all in 165.8 million. That compares to an FY 2021 budget of 182.8 million and an FY 2020 estimate of 187.9 million. Then we will sort of proceed into the next Oh, there we go. This just I alluded to your concentration. You've got a couple of Intel items there at the top, Roland Acres and the Aloha campus, getting you above 8% of your usage in terms of customers. And then, then you've got a long tail of, sizable users, but a pretty, I guess what I would say, sort of a pretty diversified portfolio of users there that are not anywhere close to as intensive as Intel. So that just, I'll double back or circle back and say, as Intel goes, you will also see big swings in your demand. Next section. So we'll finish it up here and then try to save some time for question and answer. How can CWS support the economic recovery? You've already taken a move in rates, so that's one. But then a couple of other ways to think about this sort of additional thinking on ratepayer assistance, and then your role as an investor in infrastructure. Next slide. On the ratepayer side, factors to consider as you think about sort of additional moves beyond the rate setting itself. First of all, as I said, the recession is likely going to be deeper but shorter than the Great Recession. Again, all the caveats that go with that. You've got to keep our eye on it. Number two, the virus and federal fiscal policy will be key determinants of the recession's depth and length. So again, I think I've described the virus. If we keep those infection rates low, and we've got a good tracking and tracing, and people start to feel confident to walk into Starbucks or, work downtown in their offices, et cetera, probably a little bit more activity than otherwise expected. The other piece here is going to be, what does the federal government do as this big sort of $3 trillion push in assistance starts to fade away? Most of that $3 trillion that's been deployed by the federal government will have been shot by the end of July. And if this, if this pandemic and this recession continues beyond, and the federal government moves into more of a budget balancing austerity mode, the majority of economists think that would probably lead to a deeper and somewhat longer recession than otherwise. Economists, including, many economists sort of putting state and local budget revenue relief at the top of the list of things that haven't been addressed yet. Third one, impacts will fall disproportionately on the leisure and hospitality sector and its labor force. So this is unusual in that such a deep and focused concentration of the pain in very particular sectors that have a lot of social interaction that are implied by their economic activity. So that's something that I would keep in mind. And then extended spells of unemployment will be concentrated among younger workers and those without college degrees. That happens to be, disproportionately those that are hired by the leisure and hospitality sector. Next section. This is just the craziest comparison of charts that I have presented in many times. So, on the top, we've got the stock market by one measure, the S&P 500 index. It is approaching, and we could get out our phones and sort of do an update on how well it's doing this morning, but it is almost getting back to even for the year. Almost back to even. And but then if we go to the bottom, these are continued unemployment claims in the state of Oregon. You can see that huge, blue line spike. And so you've got this discontinuity right now that folks are trying to explain and understand between a forward-looking stock market that's looking into the future, and this damage that has been done by the intentional shutting down of the economy. And then news comes out that, the unemployment rate is this, or this many people lost jobs, and the stock market increases. Part of that, and the reason that I put that in this chart to sort of shape the thinking of ratepayer assistance, is that there is, well, and I'll put it on I think I lead into it on the next slide here. There is or go ahead and advance that, widely differential impacts on small businesses and low wage workers versus publicly traded companies and shareholders. And I would say that would be one reason that you might argue for more targeted, narrow relief. And so essentially what economists are saying is they're trying to make sense between what's going on in the stock market, what's going on in the labor market. Is if you have a lot of Main Street, small mom and pop businesses that have laid off a lot of their workers, they're not publicly traded companies. And if that's where the pain disproportionately is going to be focused going forward, it doesn't affect quite as much, the Apples and the Microsofts and the big companies, the big publicly traded companies. Yes, there will be a hit on consumer demand to some extent, but those big companies, publicly traded companies, are not sort of at ground zero and right in the center of this economic damage. It's more Main Street. So things to think about in terms of some kind of targeted program. CWS could think of some very simple eligibility criteria, maybe just a 2-factor piece. If you were looking for some kind of like maybe a voucher or a periodic award of some sort, just ask for income as share of median family income, some threshold, 80% of median family income in the area, or lower than that if you want to, and a current unemployment insurance claim, something relatively simple. And then, secondly, you could piggyback on existing administrative infrastructure. 211 Info is already administering, I believe on behalf of the city of Portland, some kind of targeted assistance of this kind, and already have people in place, and I think procedures to help folks through that. And then the other one would be to provide fewer but larger payments. Maybe if you were thinking of some kind of targeted assistance to those the most in need, make it one annual payment as opposed to trying to do something on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis. Provide fewer but larger individual payments. So that's the advice there. I think on the duration of that, just trying to think of when would you turn it on? Well, you turn it on whenever you decide to turn it on. When would you think about turning it off? You could pass some kind of policy that said this will keep going as long as there is a pandemic. Pick some number of months after the development or a dissemination of a vaccine or some other public health measure that you could latch onto, and or peg it to the continuation of the program until the county's unemployment rate falls below a specified level. You might say 5% or thereabouts. So that's ideas there for the workers and the residents. Just a little bit, if you were trying to think of how to assist on the business side, we try to get our heads around, who are the big water users and who's going to be hit disproportionately by this. And so I'll help you through this chart a little bit. What you've got across the bottom, the share of lost gross revenue, or so the further you move to the right, the bigger is the pain we believe that industry is going to suffer around the end of this year. So if you're further to the right, the industry's facing bigger economic damages. And then on the vertical axis, the higher up you are, the bigger is water as an input to your production. So essentially what this is saying is you've got three industries that are, for themselves, water is a bigger input than for some of these other sectors. That's manufacturing, accommodations and food, and the arts and rec. And so I'd sort of draw a circle there. The outliers, I would say, are that accommodation and food sector and the arts and rec sector. They're way off to the right, and they're relatively high up in terms of this water consumption. Those are folks that are, they're at the center of this, and they're also relatively heavy water customers, at least relative to their own scale. Next slide. Just a couple of other things here. We're back to this wonderful Harvard think tank data. We can keep track of this, and you can update it, almost on a daily basis as their new data comes in. This is 40% drop in Washington County small business hours. So it's just a way to sort of keep a pulse on how small businesses are doing in Washington County. So you can sort of keep tabs on that. Obviously, no small number of them are, well, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. I'll show you where small businesses are concentrated. So this is, which firms have employees with number of employees between 0 and 50, 50 to 100, or 100 plus. At the top of the list, you've got the management of companies and enterprises and manufacturing. Big shares there have 100 plus employees. They tend to be bigger businesses, as do the utilities. Not surprisingly, Nike fits in the category of management of companies and enterprises, as does Columbia Sportswear, and Intel and others in the Silicon Forest or in the manufacturing sector. So that all makes sense. As you get down to something like accommodations and food service, you can see, highly dominated by small businesses, and arts and entertainment, recreation sort of sitting in the middle there. Next slide. And then basically what this is saying, and just sort of a demonstration of need, is if you look across the bottom here, this was a survey or an understanding of liquidity of small businesses. So on the left-hand side, you've got really small businesses that have monthly expenses of less than $10,000. You go all the way to the right, and you've got businesses with more than $500,000 of monthly expenses. And then the question is, looking on the vertical axis, how many months of cash do they have? And there's a mean and a median. There's a lot going on in this chart, so my apologies. But bottom line is here, if you just sort of focus on the median business, so just those green bars, that essentially at every one of these levels, folks have less than a month of cash in reserve. And so that's, they just weren't ready for a global pandemic in any way. They weren't ready for a pretty modest downturn, let alone a global pandemic. But now we got a global pandemic, and they can't survive a loss of a couple of months of revenue. That is the whole theory behind the Paycheck Protection Program, was looking at these small businesses, and that is all that PPP is focused on, small businesses, and injecting liquidity into them to see if they could, we could keep them viable until this summer. And then at the time that Congress passed it, we were all sort of hoping, well, maybe the consumers will all be back in July and August. And so that, the bets are there. Bottom line here is there's an awful lot of small businesses out there with very little liquidity, and little bits of relief, if you can figure out how to do it in a basic, in a relatively easy form. I'm certainly would be appreciated. So that's the business side. And then let's see where we go to the next slide here. Different topic. From an economic perspective, you are also job creators and you have capital plans. And I will say, be careful as you think through this whole puzzle, as you budget and either for a project or to delay a project, that too has impacts on the economy. And so what we're showing here is that these are the short-term impacts of infrastructure investment. Every $1 million of infrastructure investment not only has that sort of direct spending, but then has a multiplier effect that increases economic output by an additional $729,000 per $1 million of investment. It creates 4 jobs, and it pushes out income of $253,000. That's per million. And so your FY21 capital program of 87.8 would boost output by an additional $64 million, create 350 jobs, and produce $22.2 million in income. So that, let's see here. I think that might be where we, no. And as or more important, I mean, obviously there's a near-term stimulus effect to all that infrastructure spending, but economists would also want to emphasize that when you make investments in water infrastructure, you're improving long-run resilience of water supply, resilient ecosystems, helping promote equitable public health outcomes, and improving recreational opportunities. So you got to think about those. Where you hear economists talking about productive investments, infrastructure's not surprisingly frequently at the top of the list, and you've got work to do and work lined up. So with that, I'll pause now, and if there is time for questions, happy to take some.
All right, John, thank you very much. That's a very interesting presentation. I had not gotten to see it before, so it was
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Excellent.
We can take questions from the committee members or discussion.
Sure.
I have questions. This is Roy. I should put myself on. Oh, well, you can see me in a moment. Thanks again for the presentation. We saw something similar. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist at all, but I find it rather difficult to believe the results that we're seeing. The number of claims being processed are still high. The unemployment rate is still high.
Right.
So I have to tell you, I'm not an economist like you or an expert in these matters, but we use a term called cook the books in my business, and it sure looks like it got cooked on this latest job report. Having said that, it would appear to me, just from what you've now said and reading materials, that there's still some huge factors. You were kind enough to point that out. We don't know if another COVID occurrence happens in the fall. We've got significant issues. We also don't know really how the economy is going to respond, even with the opening. We're in the first phase. We still don't know what to get into phase 3, what's going to happen. So we've got to deal with those issues as well. Are there any other, after having said all of those not so pleasant things, is there anything that we all should know that would tell us more about what's occurring, or other assumptions that should have been made?
Well, I'll respond to the very first one. And boy, my fingers are crossed that we have some very dedicated, competent civil servants who are continuing to do the best that they can to provide reliable information. If the books are cooked and we're in that environment, that gets, frankly, from my perspective, to be a little frightening. And there are, believe me, those theories were floating around the internet this morning by very credible folks. So let's hope that this is explained by, boy, there's a lot going on at once, and trying to do a BLS survey in the middle of all of this, you're gonna get some ups and downs and some odd data as you move along. I'm hoping that that's what's going on. With respect to what else we need to pay attention to, and this is just sort of general advice, is we need a lot more guidance out to the business community on how to reopen in a way, individual businesses, in a way that builds trust with their customers, and in the same way that the governor had a high-profile Wyden and Kennedy campaign and on stay at home. Reopening is a whole lot more complicated than that. Stay at home was like stay at home and go to the grocery store only when you need to, and try to do curb pickup. Those are pretty clear instructions. Stay 6 feet away from people, and wash your hands a lot. Reopening is so much more complex, and so I think in addition to the testing and tracing, which is absolutely critical in getting that information out, we also have to have, at the sort of the individual business level, a lot of competence about how to build trust with your customers, so this can proceed. And if you're not seeing that happen, I would expect the recovery to be slower.
Thank you. I don't have any response other than that. I hope you're right.
I hope.
I'm usually pretty mellow person who believes very much that everybody has great integrity, but it's just too much of a swing in too short a period of time.
It's a big one,
which is difficult. Did you factor in your assumptions? I know on the county side we're looking at things like PERS that we know that we're going to have some additional costs on. We also understand that on that side, they're not rate related. They have other federal and state revenues that might disappear on us or be significantly reduced. Is there any of your assumptions, including bad debts, where you were making recommendations regarding potential help to businesses, anything that this committee ought to know in terms of general assumptions? Because I heard conclusions, I didn't hear assumptions, so I don't know that part.
Yeah. And
that's all I have, by the way.
Okay, very good. On that particular piece, my colleague Andrew worked through. We're not advancing this as the estimate that you need to take necessarily, but just sort of as a partner with Kathy, and stepped through every line item and sort of turned it upside down and sideways, et cetera. So gave our best shot at sort of looking at what your experience had been in the past in the last recession, looked at the American Water Works Association guidance and rules of thumb, et cetera, that they were providing to CWS and others across the country, et cetera, and took our best shot at sort of a straight up. So that those are the assumptions that we have built in there. And Kathy, you can sort of elaborate on back and forth with Andrew there. I would say, and I hinted at it, but maybe didn't hit it hard enough, is keep a close eye on the federal fiscal stimulus on the congressional side. The Fed, with its monetary policy, has shot about every bullet it's got and has committed, if they can find any more, they will continue to shoot them. The Fed chair, Dr. Powell, has gotten up in public and in very clear, full-throated statement said he believes Congress has got to step up on continued fiscal support. A lot of economists fill in the blank saying that needs to be help to state and local governments, and then probably some additional help to individuals going forward. If that doesn't come through, then I would say there's downside risk to those economic projections, and it's just going to be harder. And so all of your assistance and your need and your bad debt and all of that gets worse.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a
I
question.
do.
Oh, excuse me, go ahead on the Zoom.
I guess Lori, go ahead.
Thanks. I don't know if we're using the raise hand function or not, but that's what I did. My question is, and maybe it's for Diane, given the presentation that we just got from Eco Northwest, what are the implications of the budget that you're currently presenting to us today and Eco Northwest's projections of having less money than that in the coffers? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Absolutely. So we have our budget presentation that's going to address that issue very deeply. So what I want to do is have you kind of stay tuned for the rest of the presentation, and we'll circle back to make sure we directly answered your question, Lori. Thank you. But that is sort of the elephant in the room, isn't it? Yes.
Pam.
Thank you. And John, thank you for your presentation this morning. You always provide us with different windows to look at things, and it's so worthwhile. So I do appreciate it. I have a question about the slide that you presented, and it was about the industrial pain, if you will, the usage and the effect and the effect of the COVID response. Could you go back to that slide? And I'm curious about the agricultural industry. I didn't see ag on that.
Yeah,
Missed it.
I'm sorry. We pulled it out.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why you didn't see it.
Can you comment on that? Not on pulling it out, but on.
Not on pulling it out. Right. Well, so first of all, you don't have.
I'm aware we don't have a big influence in that area too.
Well, but no, yeah, and nor do you have data.
Okay.
What we ended up doing was going to national literature on water use per output, and then tying that into Washington County specific data. So all I was trying to do with that slide is to illustrate outside of ag, which is obviously a very heavy user, trying to illustrate the disproportionate impact of relatively sizable water users in the leisure and hospitality sectors.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I bring the issue up is that we have a unique situation in our agricultural industry in Washington County around taking care of the workers there, which will provide added costs to them, and in reflection to what our rates are. I'm just raising that issue as a question.
Thank you, Director Fries. Sure.
Hi there, this is Catherine. I just wanted to say thank you very much to the leadership of Clean Water Services, as well as to you and your colleagues, Mr. Tapania, for giving us some insight as to what the future may hold. So at least now we have a crystal ball as opposed to nothing.
We'll keep it updated. That's it. We'll see how this job report looks next month.
Yep, we're definitely in this together. Thank you.
All right.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? I can't see any here.
There is no, Mr. Chair.
Oh, great, thank you very much. So I think Kathy?
Good report.
Or Diane?
Yes,
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So I'll kick off our budget presentation. So next slide, please. It certainly takes our whole region to deliver on this beautiful promise of beautiful clean water for today and tomorrow. And I really want to thank our board of directors at Clean Water Services that helps us to realize this promise for the region, as well as our Clean Water Advisory Committee and all of you as our budget committee members. And I also want to take a moment to really thank the Washington County staff that rapidly got us onto Zoom and hosted us in this wonderful facility to deliver this budget. And the team has just been wonderful to train us and to get us to actually extend our reach capability to bring our budget to the public. I also want to take a moment to thank our team at Clean Water Services. They continued to deliver the services 24/7. We had people in the field with our field inspection, our field operations staff, our lab staff, and our water resource recovery staff, and they continued to work and modify their operations in very innovative ways to meet the needs of making sure that we kept our workforce well and we kept our workforce really focused on providing services through the pandemic. And I also want to say that they have told me they feel very thankful for the work that they have at Clean Water Services as we navigate this pandemic, because their work at Clean Water Services has brought economic stability to their families, even though they may have lost other financial resources from their spouses. So, but I do want to thank everybody for that and for their focus on work. So at Clean Water Services, two lifelines to us is cold, clean water from our storage facilities as well as money. And so earlier in this winter, we were seeing a very dry winter and we were preparing for a drought. And we were very lucky. We had strategies in place of how we were going to manage flows. But this preparation is what creates Clean Water Services' ability to be agile and to be adaptive and to make decisions based on good data and good science. And as we move into the economic uncertainty of the pandemic as it has on the revenue, and we're very thankful for John Tapania's work, it represents to us the same thing. It's a financial drought. But like the water that returned to the river system, we actually avoided the drought. It's probably what, Mark, at 96% full when
Yeah.
we were very concerned it was going to be a lot less full. And we look at this financial drought in the same way. So it could be as deep as predicted by Eco Northwest, but it also could be like what happened with this winter. And we do have some good signs and indications. So we're working very closely with our partners, with the cities, as well as with Tualatin Valley Water District to keep a good pulse on what's actually happening out there. So we have some early data for some cities where out of a grouping of 10,000 accounts, they have maybe 100 accounts that are having difficulty of paying. So that's really 1%. And also the CARES money that's come to Washington County and the policies that the Board of Directors, the Board of Commissioners has looked at allocating some of that funding to help our ratepayers in need across the region is certainly another component that's going to help us economically, because really it's the people's ability to pay, right, their rates. And we are seeing our ratepayers being committed to meeting that. But we are adopting policies that help them, so we're not charging fees on top of fees for disconnection and et cetera, and working on good payment plans with them. But certainly this CARES funding is, we're very thankful for that. But we're hoping to navigate it in our normal, pragmatic, very practical, very proactive, and a precautionary mode. So you're going to hear about all of the strategies that the teams have done within their departmental-based budgets to tighten our belts in this uncertain times, but also to produce a budget that gives us the elbow room for investment. Because as John Tapania talked about, we also need to continue to invest within this region, as well as providing rate relief for our region. But we've adopted a very adaptive mode, just like how we do droughts. We look at the data, we take the actions that we need to take. So the team will begin talking to you about the process we're going to use for what we call our go, no go, and hold decisions as we look at the data for the revenue and is it on track or off track and what we need to do as part of the belt tightening. So I'm really thankful that we have this team at Clean Water Services that's very practical and pragmatic, and we've had this long-term history of operating this way. And I've told the team, and this is very heartfelt, that if I had to go through a pandemic with an organization, this is the team I would choose. So that's really to honor the staff at Clean Water Services. So next slide, please. So the services we provide are as a water resources management utility, and we've grown to 613,000 people here in the region. We continue to provide resource recovery, so we collect and we clean our wastewater to produce some of the highest quality of water in the industry, as well as recovering fertilizer and energy and recycled water. We also provide our services for surface water management, our watershed restoration, and our river flow management to protect fish and wildlife habitat, and for pollution prevention, and to manage our drainage, and also to ensure that we're in compliance with all federal and state regulations. Next slide, please. And as part of this, the team worked on our new strategic approach, and so there's a document that we have for all of you here in the chambers, but we'll also make sure we get them to all of the members that are on Zoom. And it's really the coalescence of the years of experience at Clean Water Services, that there are truly 5 strategic outcomes that we need to deliver on that are outcome focused, that's based on performance excellence, and it's based on measurement. So we want to be a very data-centric and adaptive organization. We do know the success of Clean Water Services is based on catalyzing transformational partnerships. You'll hear this from the team. It's a very deep ethic within the organization that we know that the only way to go beyond and to fulfill this promise of beautiful clean water is to go beyond just the resources of our organization. And it's really about creating and sustaining these strategic partnerships within the region so that we can accomplish this beautiful promise. It's really about looking at integrated water resources management and resilient watersheds. And it's for the benefit of everyone in the region, whether you're agricultural or drinking water, or for managing of the water of our return flows back to the river from our urban uses, and as well as for stormwater management. So it really takes integrating the needs of the environment as well as the needs for compliance, and it's on the backdrop of the Tualatin watershed itself. The third area that the team is very focused on is organizational excellence, because we need to be a transformative organization that really brings forward the talents that we have with the team members here and their capabilities to grow them. We do know we have a big shift in generations, moving from baby boomers 1 and 2 and handing over our leadership to the next generation. So you'll see some discussion about that from the departments. And we know, as John Tapania highlighted, we have a role in contributing to the region's environmental and economic vitality. And we do this through our sound planning, through our investments, and through stewardship to meet this goal. And also, part of the DNA of Clean Water Services is embedded in research and innovation. And the team has really innovated under even the terms of a pandemic. So you're going to hear many of the things that the team has accomplished to do things differently, better, and actually to help contribute to information and data related to understanding what's going on with community spread by utilizing wastewater. The influence of the wastewater is a tool to help us do that. So the team is very excited to talk about these 5 strategic outcomes that they're achieving as part of their plans for their departments. And this really culminated in Clean Water Services being recognized as a water utility of the future, and also as a leading water utility of the world. And that designation is that Clean Water Services does things in a way that creates what that organization, the leading water utilities of the world, is the gold standard that other utilities can benchmark with. So I'm very proud of this team and what they have all accomplished together. Next slide, please. We certainly have some challenges ahead, increasing regulatory requirements that we're keeping our eye on and planning for the future. New things like copper and mercury. You're going to hear some discussion from Bob and Baumgartner and also Nate Cullen about this, but we're keeping ahead by planning. And also thinking about, as these regulations occur, how can we take actions now that actually puts us on the right trajectory for the future? It's about meeting the needs of our growing region. Right now, we saw some data that there could be some slowing down, but we want to make sure that we're prepared for this region as we continue to meet the needs. It's about being adaptive, isn't it, with change, and about making sure we're taking care of our aging infrastructure and also being resilient to the changing weather patterns of a drought, whether it's by water or by financial. So it's certainly managing our risks and our vulnerabilities and really deliberately planning and investing for this economic uncertainty. Next slide, please. So in order to do this, it's really about focusing on resiliency, water resiliency, and financial resiliency. And this means we need to focus on what we're doing with our workforce as we're transitioning through the generations, making sure that our facilities are positioned well to meet the needs of the future, and it's aggregating our programs and services to deliver on the broader regional values. So it's a continued focus on gray and green infrastructure investments and also investments in the natural environment that the team will be talking to you about. Next slide, please. This is a slide that Holly will also utilize later, but I wanted to highlight this, that we have definitely the changing of the guard going on. So if you look at the baby boomers, they're slowly decreasing, and our numbers of Gen X and millennials are increasing, and we even have our Gen Zs coming as part of the organization. But we do have 64% of our senior leaders that are going to be shifting within the next 5 years, 17% of our supervisors, and 13% of our overall team members. So Clean Water Services prides itself in being a very lean organization, so we do need to focus on development of our talent and resiliency within this workforce. And as we bring the new generations in, Nora and I were talking the other day, it's important for them to all realize what they're currently experiencing now is the pandemic and childcare and the issues that they're seeing working within a workforce. The rest of us have also saw it too. There's different articles that are just focused on their unique experiences, but I think the wealth of this organization at Clean Water Services is really to share this wisdom across the generations as we do passing on of the guard. But this is a very important initiative at Clean Water Services as we manage our changing workforce. So you'll hear more discussion about it from Holly and the rest of the teams. So in order to do this, next slide, please, to plan for this resilient workforce, Clean Water Services has had a long history about creating this foundation. So we began in 1997 through 1999. That's 23 years ago. It's hard to believe. Some of the board members were here when Bill did the shift with the organization, and it was really focused on business process reengineering and a resetting of the organization to prepare for the future. So there was a decline in the staffing at Clean Water Services and shifting of duties. And it was really to begin preparing our growth for this watershed-based approach that started in 1999, and also looking at incentivizing the workforce with the Goal Share program in 2003. We brought the business process improvement focus to the organization through Lean Six Sigma in 2013, and we're still continuing to learn how to utilize those business approaches to help us in the future. It's really now, this next era is about business process resiliency. So we have great core business processes, but it's about continuous improvement of them to adapt to new technology, to adapt to new ways, even ways of a pandemic that we had to shift. There was a time when we thought in the organization telecommuting was not something that was going to work, and we've been amazed at how we were rapidly able to deploy it and how it brought on new innovation of working remotely in all areas with our customers and also internally. So we're going to find the new balance, I think, as time goes on, but that innovation in itself was incredible, and I do want to thank our digital solutions team that took us from very minimal to nearly the whole organization having these advanced tools to be able to work digitally. but it's also about setting intention for the future. So the performance excellence work and the strategic approach mindset that you're going to hear later from Mark Poling and his team is an extremely important component of this. So it's teaching the business skills of the future that all of our people and leaders need to have at Clean Water Services. And it's about aligning our internal programs so we can effectively execute with our partners in the region. So it's more about creating aligned agendas and transformative ways of working rather than these transactional, if I pay you money, you're going to do X for me. And you'll hear a lot of that from Bruce Roll and his team and also from Mark Jockers. In fact, all of the teams have this new way of thinking and being. So next slide, please. So as we look at our programs and services, we've arranged ourselves into groupings of business services, regulatory affairs, utility operations and services, water resource recovery and operations and services. And Bruce will talk about the shift of the renaming and the rebranding of his group to the Natural Systems Enhancement and Stewardship Group. There is a very deep ethic by the entire organization that we all work for the watershed in the work that we do, and I'm very appreciative of Bruce Roll and his team to really think about how we can really amplify this mindset throughout the organization. Next slide, please. So you're going to hear from the team about, even though we have some constrained resources and we may have to plan for additionally constrained resources should things play out with this financial drought, about how we're prioritizing our infrastructure repair and replacement investments along with continuing to protect and restore the watershed, really focusing on our service optimization, because in working in new ways, we also needed to figure out how we were going to optimize our services still to meet compliance as well as to meet the needs of the infrastructure itself. We're continuing to plan and focus on our system expansion with growth, but it does allow us in areas where we don't have the growth pressure, we can actually defer some of those investments. So the team, Nora and Nate, have been working very deeply on this question. And also continuing to invest in resource recovery because it saves money. It saves money for energy, it saves money for chemicals, and actually we reduce the pollutants that we are discharging to the river in a way that recovers them. So we're continuing to invest in that area. Next slide, please. So overall, we do have a new shift for our COVID strategy for our financial managing of our potential resources. So the team has recommended to delay the proposed rate and fee increases through December. We believe it's a signal that the region needs, that we're understanding the extreme pressure that they're under, and that while we are still planning for what we need financially through the next 10-year period, we do know that this is an important signal, that we take a pause, at least through the end of the year, and then think about what we want to do. The team is ready to, if we had to take a pause on rates through the end of June 30th of next year, what that would mean and what would we need to do to get back on track. So Kathy will be talking to you about that. So the team is thinking in a quarterly planning of go, no go, and hold decisions as it relates to our capital investments, hiring of new positions, and holding of vacancies. Currently, I think Holly gave me a statistic that we have 28 vacancies currently. So the team did selectively pick 5 recruitments that we need to move forward on. But we're actively looking at the workforce as to when to go forward and when to hold, because certainly our commitment when we bring new team members on is to provide also that stability for them and for their families. So we're really thinking about sequencing and hiring. And through COVID, there's more retirements that are occurring. People are really thinking about, during this time period, what they want for their future. So we are seeing additional retirements that are occurring. We also looked at tightening of our belt by planning reductions in operating expenditures where we could. We're moving the team from physically traveling to training and physically being active in the associations to more of a remote. It's in concert with what those associations are doing. So we have reduced our travel, training, and education budgets by 50%. But the good news in the innovation piece is with these remote conferences, we're actually going to be allowing additional people to participate because we're not having to physically travel and pay for hotel and meals and et cetera. So even the associations, the professional associations, they're changing also. So we're taking advantage of that change. So next slide, please. I'm going to shift now the conversation back to Kathy Leader so she could give you a feel about our historical spending and where we are.
Thank you, Diane. So this first graph we have here is showing you the historic and budgeted expenditures, revenues, and resulting fund balances by year since 2008. The district's financial plan calls for reasonable and predictable rate increases, which are key to our long-term financial health. They provide the ability to meet current operating, but also provide for reserved levels to meet future debt load increases and planned capital projects. On the graph you see there, the blue dotted line, it represents our revenue over time. And as you can see, in line with our management policy, we see trending increases over time as we see rate increases and we also see growth and customers added to the system. Similarly, on the solid green line, that's our resulting fund balance and reserves used for working capital, but also for planned debt issuances and capital projects. You see that growing over time, but in 2019, we saw a dip into our reserves in order, one, to establish a $15 million side account with PERS to help stabilize our future PERS rates and reduce our pension liability. But we also saw an uptick in some of our planned capital expenditures in that year. That trending continues into fiscal year 20 with additional capital projects planned. And when you look at 21, we continue to have some capital projects planned at higher levels, but we also, this number reflects not increasing our rates, just showing some minimal growth in revenue. So that's why you also see the fund balance trending down. Next slide. So this slide here is showing you the impact on rate increases over time. When you go over to the far right, that shows you in 21, the dotted line shows you what our rate increase would have been if we put the planned increase in effective July 1st. It would have been a 4.23% increase in rates. The solid line going down to zero shows with no planned increase in 21. And so for a 10-year annual average, with the planned increase, we would see an increase of 3.91% annually. If we don't do the planned increase, that 10-year average is 3.49%. Next slide. Okay. This slide here is showing the comparison of our rates to our local comparable utilities. As you can see, the current rate is at $52.20 for sewer and storm for a residential customer, and even with the rate increase planned in July 1, it would be $57.54, which is lower than our comparables in the region at this point. Next slide. So as Diane had mentioned, we are looking at holding our rates at July 1st through December 31st at current rates. And so this first, the first red line shows you what our rate increase would have looked like if we had done the planned rate increase effective in 2021 going forward, and what that would look like to generate revenues needed for future debt service and capital programs. And it's showing that that planned increase over time would be about 4.8% per year if we did the planned rate increase July 1st. Next slide. The green line is showing you if we did not increase rates in 2021, and what we would need to do in future years to make up that lost revenue for future expansion needs. And that's showing an average increase then each year of about 5.5% if you did not do that rate increase. But as we mentioned, we are evaluating the rate increase. We have it scheduled. We're going to go to the board with a recommendation that it stay. We delay the increase July 1 through December 31st. We're going to go back in October to the board and look at what our economy looks like and what's happening locally. And we either maintain that existing rate structure or we look to put in place some planned increases. Next slide.
So let's go back again. Sure. So the way to think about this, that spike that you see in fiscal year 22 can be ameliorated if you do a mid-year rate increase in January. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that spike is driven by the full 1 year. Mm-hmm. But you can see we are trying to smooth rates out to make sure that it's predictable for the region by managing what we're investing in.
So this slide is just showing for you that our projected current year revenues of $182 million are going to be used to spend on operating at $90 million, debt at just under $22 million, and capital projects at about $87.7 million. Next slide. So this slide is showing you the 20 budget, so the current year budgeted resources or revenues versus our proposed budget for 21. The primary ongoing revenues are rate revenues for sewer and surface water management at $150 million that you see there in 21, and system development charges budgeted at $18 million. The increase in budgeted service charges of $1.6 million that we're proposing relates to a estimated growth factor of about 0.5%. You know, historically, our region has seen about a 1.5% increase. So we'll be monitoring those and seeing how we do come in on rate revenue. We also budget a decrease in system development charges about $1.8 million as compared to the prior year. Similarly, with our anticipated reduced growth expectations, although we do believe that this fiscal year we're going to end at about $23 million, so that reduction is actually more than when you do budget over budget for us. Our miscellaneous fees are budgeted to increase by $2.2 million. Primarily, that's our planned developer participation in capital projects for the district over the next year. Interest earnings, it has to be explained here. Interest earnings are budgeted to increase by $4.9 million, and that's really due to an accounting change that we're going to be putting in place, budgetary versus financial. On the budgetary side, we want it to reflect actual investment earnings that we made during the year. On the financial reporting side, we've always at year-end booked it to fair value, and that causes a lot of volatility in what that rate looks like. So we're transitioning our budgetary to really show what we are receiving in investment earnings. And in 19, that was about $6 million. We anticipate in 20, it's going to be about $6.2 million, and so this budget includes $6 million in that. Okay. Next slide. This shows then similar analysis, but on the expenditure side. So we have our 20 budget versus our 21 proposed. The primary expenditures include $82.1 million for operating, $87.7 million for capital projects, and $21.7 million for debt service, and $8.1 million in other outlays. The total budget expenditures decreased by $34.6 million due to planned decreases in capital spending in the year and other fund outlays. Personal services are budgeted increased by $3.2 million, primarily due to the addition of 11 employee positions during the current fiscal year, so fiscal year 20. Operating materials and services are budgeted to decrease by $0.6 million compared to prior year due to planned reduction in costs, including that 50% reduction in travel and training in line with our COVID interim travel policy. Debt services remaining flat. And so on the other fund outlays, first to talk about what's in there, that includes utility, bad debt expense, franchise fees we pay to the small cities, pass-through revenues to member cities, and self-insurance claims costs and capital outlay are kind of in that category. Two additional items we added this year in the current budget were $1.5 million set aside related to new staff positions proposed but not included in the departmental budgets, part of that response to COVID. And then another $500,000 in potential utility assistance programs also in response to COVID. So the other outlays decreased by $12.6 million. Looks kind of funny when we were talking about adding costs there compared to the prior year, mainly because in 20 we had budgeted an additional $15 million being paid to PERS that we opted not to do, and then we opted not to include a payment to PERS in the current budget year. Next slide. So this just gives an overall summary on the departmental operating budget. As we talked, an $82.1 million increase, or 3.2% increase. Personal services is the main driver at 6.6% with the added 11 positions, although we have no new positions included in the base departmental budget. And material services, a 2% decrease. Reduced travel and training, and also just reductions in a lot of areas to tighten our budget, but mainly the travel training and some contracted service reductions of about $310K. Next slide. So the district annually develops a 5-year capital improvement plan. Projects are prioritized to meet regulatory and permit requirements, regional partnerships, future growth needs, and aging infrastructure system replacement and renewal. So this is the sanitary sewer capital improvement plan, 5-year plan, and it's showing a downward trend in outer years as the district has been prioritizing projects and taking that just-in-time approach in meeting our needs. What you don't see, because it's pushed out now and past 2025, is that need for reserves as we go to fund our Tualatin Basin Water Supply Project in outer years as a joint effort with the Bureau of Reclamation. So you'll see some of those costs increasing in years outside of this 5-year span that make the need for rate increases a reality for us. Next slide. So this is the capital improvement plan for our surface water management for a 5-year period. Our spending remains in line with past estimates. We've had the ability to do additional, with the additional funds accumulated in recent years with rate increases in this fund, it's allowed us to be able to increase some of the project delivery in that program. Next slide. So so tracking our historical and planned debt service, you can see that debt service over time has been declining as we service our debt. Our district's financial management plan maintains coverage ratios above the minimum required by the our current bond covenants. This higher rating gives us the capacity to issue debt and meet sanitary sewer and system expansion needs in the future. The fiscal year 21 budget continues this practice with an estimated coverage ratio you can see there of 3.79 compared to the minimum coverage required of 1.2 times our annual debt service. So the district's strong financial position has earned the Standard & Poor's highest rating of AAA, as well as a AA1 for Moody's investors. This strong position is important and vital to the district as we look to the future in issuing debt and for our larger infrastructure needs. Next slide. So this is showing us our actual and forecasted reserves. As you can see, we are keeping reserves in line and similar to the first slide I showed you. In 2019, we started seeing some decline in reserves as we participate in capital projects and the side account funding with PERS. We see that declining as we continue to pursue planned capital programs, and into 21, the lack of the rate increase. But in 22, we have a debt issuance planned, and so that's where you see our reserves then bumping back up again as we issue debt to fund some of our planned capital projects. And then years after that, 23 and 24, we see it declining as we spend down some of those proceeds on future capital planning.
So I did want to add some conversation to answer Lori's question really head on here. So what we saw with Eco Northwest's forecast is what the drought could potentially be, right? Our financial drought. The budget that's presented is a budget that gives us the ability to act. So it gives us the ability to invest. But the actual investments that we're going to be making is going to be managed on this go, no go, hold decision making quarterly. So we're going to manage our investments. So just like we have vacancies in people, I mean, the 28 vacancies, we're going to make decisions as to when we're going to fill those. But essentially holding them vacant gives us roughly $2.8 million to be able to manage through that. So same thing with equipment. We have a nice investment plan for new equipment for the organization, but the same thing. We're going to take a look at what is the actual revenue coming in. If it's below expected on this quarterly basis, then we're going to take more belt tightening. And we're just going to have to see adaptively how this is working through. But based on some anecdotal data from the cities and their counts that they're managing, and also with TVWD, it doesn't look like it's going to be as deep of a drought as it could potentially be. So we have to be able to adaptively manage, and I think that's really key. We do have adequate contingencies budgeted, and again, that's money that we normally carry over to ending balance of the next year. So the good news is because we've been very deliberate and practical and pragmatic over the years, we have adequate reserves that we do manage to use for what we call pay-as-you-go. So annually, how are we investing that money in infrastructure versus keeping it as investment? So that's the good news of Clean Water Services, that we have the ability, I believe, to withstand this initial drought. The question is, if it becomes a double and a triple drought, what additional strategies that we need to put in place. But I think, Lori, that we're well positioned to do the things we need to do for the region, but also well positioned to manage and control those investments over the long term. And I do want to acknowledge both Nora Curtis and Nate Cullen. They've done a phenomenal job with the business partner group to be able to do this planning. And also Erin Lowry, she has mad skills that has created the actual scenario-based decision tools that we're needing. So again, this team has already started since March when this pandemic began to begin looking at how we're going to be sequencing investments. So it's really this team that we have. But we did, as a philosophy and a mindset, want to preserve the ability to act for this region, to make investments.
Just when, I think a couple of people have questions, and just when do you want to take the questions, I guess? Let me just ask that.
At
Right now.
a good place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Hi, this is Catherine. I have a question with regard to this chart that's displayed and PERS. So in this proposed budget, you talked about how there won't be that second $15 million payment to the PERS side account. And if I heard you correctly, you also said in the current budget year, the first payment wasn't made as well, right?
So we made a payment in 2019, the first. We originally were thinking we were going to do 30 million, do 15 one year, 15 the second year. We opted not to do the 15 million this year, and we opted not to include it in the 21 budget.
So, my assumption then is we won't be experiencing any anticipated benefit since we haven't made those side accounts.
We did the first one in 2019. So with that, we saw a rate reduction immediately of about 3.57%.
Okay.
And we also were then eligible for the incentive program and received another 2.5 million matching to that 15 million.
I got a little bit confused by your saying the current the proposed budget won't make it, and this year we didn't make it.
Yeah. So we
okay.
did one in 19, and we opted out in 20, and we didn't propose it in 21.
Okay,
I had
got
the
it.
same questions.
So then, because what, and it may just be by virtue of the scale here. So we had the percent reduction in the rate that you mentioned, but it seems like that PERS cost, there's always all this discussion, particularly in the media, about PERS impacts. But looking at this chart, yes, it's a cost, but it doesn't seem like it has a significant impact.
So when we put together our reserve analysis, there are your restricted reserves that we can do nothing about. The SDCs and the debt reserves that you see in there, those are restricted and they're related to those funds. On the operating side, we have some flexibility in what we keep for working capital versus what we put towards future needs on capital planning, maybe earthquake and related PERS. That just happens to be when we divvied out our reserves, this is what we put towards our future stability of PERS rates.
Right, so it's just correction. You've corrected me that what I'm looking at is the reserves as opposed to the operating.
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. My mistake.
Just a couple of observations, not questions. One is when people sometimes talk about, well, county lines can be arbitrary. I'd be interested to see about other county lines, but if you look at page 3, I bring this up periodically, you look at page 3 of the Working Together for the River, you can see that there's really quite a coincidence with this county's boundaries, political jurisdictional boundaries, and the watershed. And that's a pretty important environmental eco reality that's tied to our county lines. And I think that those boundaries were really created, I think, to reflect the issues that were relevant then as they are now in terms of watershed. The second thing is, another observation is that just like in the Great Recession, our population continues to grow. We're not slowing down our population growth from that one chart that I saw. I was going to ask about that, but there's a chart that shows that we were shown on the growth of the county in terms of population, and I saw the same upward trend, more or less in the same angle, so the same rate of growth in the next 2 or 3 years as I'd been seeing for the last 10 or 15 years prior to that. And we didn't see a slowdown in the 08, 9, 10 time period either. So.
Yeah, historically, our trends, 5-year, 10-year, about a 1.5% growth rate. In the budget that we put together, we've reduced that, keeping in mind that development maybe is on the downturn right now. But yeah, our experience has been a consistent growth.
I'd like to make sure we include any of our Zoom participants. Our
Yeah.
Budget committee. If you have any other questions, I see Jerry waving his hand.
And Commissioner Rogers, Chair Weller.
Okay. Well, I can't see. There he goes. Hey, Roy. Turn your mic on. We have no mic. There we go.
Yeah, you can go with Jerry first. He may have his hand up.
Right, yeah, I'd always defer to the senior commissioner, but in this case, thank you, Roy. Yeah, just a couple of opening comments, and I can't see any participants here because we have the schedules all up there, and I want to leave them up there. So I hope I'm in focus here. I have no idea what I look like. First of all, Dick, I hope you had a good couple of days there in sunny Forest Grove, and traveling a long ways away to get a couple of days away. That's good to help the economy there in our local cities. And one of the benefits, by the way, John Tapagna there was talking about the jobs report and all of that, and the impact on potentially on the stock market. What he didn't know is, I think the last time I checked it, the market was up over 900 points today. So the stock market obviously likes the jobs picture as it currently stands. We know that's a fickle financial picture there that we get through the stock market, but at least for today, it looks good. Also, one of the benefits I just wanted to share all of you with it, and I don't know if you can see this, but see, this is what you get when you're at home. You get cupcakes from your 5-year-old grandson who's cooking with grandma right now. So I hope you can see that. It's good. And I will be eating that in a little bit later, but I will not be sharing it with you. So about the budget, the $300 million contingency looks like that is your target. So is that kind of your baseline? You don't have any anticipation to increase that number? That's a good number. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Slide 21 showed revenues of 182 million projected and expenses 199 million. So does that mean the 17 million shortfall there is going to come out of contingency? Is that what's also projected?
Well, the budget itself has to balance, and so when you have in your budget revenues that are less than your operating and capital costs, it's going to reduce your fund balance. But as Diane had mentioned, we're going to, through our operations, we're going to manage based on revenues coming in, expenditures going out. So our hope is that we wouldn't see significant reductions in our reserves.
Okay.
So Jerry, the way to think about it, within the budget, especially in the capital budget, there's discretionary projects that we budget that's related to growth should it get triggered. So there's pump stations, there's pipelines, and those types of things. And what often happens is those projects don't materialize because the actual growth doesn't occur in that region. So we work with the regional partners, with the cities, to really make sure that there's a signal within the budget that we're ready to invest should we need to invest and should that development occur. So that's one area where the budget has discretionary funds in it. And the other piece is really managing the unappropriated balance that we have that's shown here with the reserves. So at the district, because of the way we manage the budget and the way the team does their expenditures, we usually return on the order of about $20 million. Now it's slightly less back to that balance. So you're right. I mean, this target of 300 million allows us to have the ability to take actions. And the way we manage it is we don't appropriate those reserves. So that adds another level of fiscal constraint within the district. But as you can see, between the timing of when we sell bond measures for capital projects versus using pay-as-you-go cash, that cash does come from the reserves. So yeah, you're absolutely right. So that's why you see the projected dipping, and then often when we're at the end of year, that dip doesn't occur because of the efficiency of this team and the way they execute their work.
Yeah, in particular, when you look at 2019, the reduction in reserves was really only around 15 million really in the general fund, really related just to that per site account. So we were able to fund projects in the capital programs and do that 15 million and really only have a net $14 million reduction in reserves. So that was pretty positive in 2019.
Okay. Well, I guess, and there was two other things that piqued my interest, I guess, again, from the Echo Northwest report. One is the job impact if we would do some of those construction projects. And I can't remember if what they were proposing was if we would do an additional X amount of dollars, it would generate 350 new jobs, or if that's what we were currently anticipating by the capital projects we have budgeted. So I didn't know if there was a disconnect there. And so I'd like to kind of hear a little bit more about that. And then, as you know, last week, LUT came to us with a 5% proposal rate increase. we pushed back a little bit and agreed to a 50% half, so 2.5% effective immediately, with the other half coming potentially January 1, depending on what the economy was doing at that time. Have we considered the same thing? You went from a 4 point something, 4 or 8% proposed increase to 0. Is there a sliding scale in there that maybe we would consider in the interim, so we had a little bit more flex in the budget?
It's Jerry, this is Diane. There's two pieces to the question. So the first one with John Tapania, he was really trying to estimate our economic impact of delivering on the capital program that's in the budget. But that, as I said, there's projects in there that are really reserve projects that may or may not go forward. But he wanted to say that Clean Water Services is like a garden hose in the broader economic activity, but certainly that's an important piece of it. So we should be mindful about, when we're making our go, no-go decisions, how that's actually helping to stimulate the economy. So the second piece of your question was, Kathy, did you want to help, and I could add more?
Sure. Obviously, we talked about whether we would just do the residential and commercial rate changes but continue going forward with the increases planned for commercial. We decided at this point it was a small increase because the engineering news record inflationary rate, which is what we apply, was low in the last year, just over 2%. So we opted at this point to leave them level, but obviously there are opportunities to look at that now or in October, when we look to adopt the rates and charges going forward from January 1 to the end of the fiscal year.
And I wanted to talk about the impact of LUT's rates and charges are more synonymous with the district's SDC fees and the district's fees that it charges for the development counter. So it's not an analogy to the broader underlying rate base increases. So that would be more like the tax base in the case of increasing taxation to the constituents to pay more. So the two analogies, it's something to be mindful of, but we talked about bifurcating the decision, right? So the decision you could make for the rates may be different than the decision that we make for SDCs and that we make for the development fees. It's fees like septic waste haulers. Folks that are utilizing their RVs, we wanted to make sure they have an ability to take that waste. But so that could be a policy discussion that we have if we want to bifurcate that. We are hearing a pressure from different parts of the region that says it's helpful to send the signal on the rate side of the equation. And also, there is some concern within the development community about increasing fees and SDCs at this point in time. But we certainly can bring a discussion about that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Those are good questions. First of all, in regard to the rate increases, I appreciate the discussion. I think it's important to have. And I understand that we have different sources. Our rate increases are like our property taxes on the county side, and then you have the SDC charges. And so I just think that's a thoughtful approach, and I appreciate your sensitivity to what's happening in the economy. A few little things real quick. When John was talking in his presentation, obviously was giving us some kind of a national flavor and an Oregon flavor based upon what economists are predicting. But I see embedded in the materials we were given various assumptions. But I have a couple of 3 questions, so I'll just throw this one first out. Is there anywhere where there is an overall printing or display of those assumptions that we used? And because I think, and I know Bob, who's in the audience there somewhere, is going to be the expert on this, but I really believe that there's going to be new regulation costs that we can't even foresee at this point that are going to cost us like we did back in the 80s and 90s when we had to do a lot of upgrades of our system. So the new regulation costs, I don't know if we tried to predict that. I'm curious whether or not in response to fees, if we're not going to see some of our biggest customers, who are the cities, who we share fees with, if they're not going to come back and say, is there some sort of rate reduction so that they in essence can pass that rate reduction on to their citizens. Obviously, if they would do that, and I don't know if that's happening, but if they did that, we'd want to get some credit so it's not us paying and them saying that they did that. So I think that would be important. I also would like to know what sort of thoughts that you had on your bargaining costs and benefit changes. I'm aware that we're somewhat uncompetitive in regard to PERS pickup on some of our staff. I predict, and again, I'm not an economist, but I predict that you're going to see huge unemployment, but it's going to be difficult to get trained employees. I know those are contrasting things, but people with skill sets who are well trained are going to come at a premium. And I think that our bargaining is going to be completely different with those folks, either through a bargaining unit or on an individual basis. Those who have lesser skills, I think that we're going to see higher unemployment for them. So I guess my real quick synopsis of what I said is, like your approach to looking at fees, I want to know if there's an assumption paid somewhere that we can kind of see as an overall framework for what we're doing today. What, if anything, you predict or can you quantify regulation costs that we're staring at? And you mentioned mercury, there's others. COVID, are the cities or anybody pushing back in regard to that? And in general, are we going to have some issues in regard to our bargaining units? So that's it.
The short answer is yes. But there's a long answer to all of these things. So we do have a financial projection that Kathy and Aaron do that has embedded assumptions as it relates to underlying growth and those types of increases that we manage annually. But you asked an even deeper question about how is Clean Water Services planning for future regulations. So there was a question that was teed up by some other folks that goes to the heart of that. I think Chair Harrington teed it up. And it's really, so between Bob and Nate, they're looking forward as to what the regulations are, and we adaptively manage it on a 5-year facilities planning look. So to get deep into that discussion, I think Bob and Nate can bring forward that conversation, as well as Nora. So Nora's team is really making sure we can convey the wastewater to the treatment plants and meet the requirements for sanitary sewer overflows and also surface water. And Nate's team is making sure we can meet the regulations for biosolids and the water that we return to the river. And there's also embedded in that management is the pretreatment requirements that we place upon the industries to manage their water quality that they're inputting to the treatment plants that results then in the technology. So there's a really long-winded answer, but we could provide that to the CWAC and the Budget Committee should it be needed. You also hit on a very deep question about how are we going to attract and retain the talent, especially in this environment that's competitive. And we have talked to the board in terms of creating the resilient workforce. Our benefits lag some of the other folks. If we want to keep on this edge of attracting, so recruiting and then retaining our talent, we're certainly going to need to look at that. We are talking with the union at this time because we would normally go into collective bargaining this fall. We're asking them to consider deferring that bargaining until next year because of the situation with COVID. So there are some things that they would be asking for that does have a financial impact. And this is simply not the time to do that. But certainly we understand what is needed to be able to manage the workforce. But the question of, is it all embedded within the budget? I think the answer would be no, because those planning types of documents are within the organization. But the purpose of the performance excellence and those strategy maps is essentially to be able to convey what those plans are. So that was a medium-winded answer, Roy, to your question.
Do you have a follow-up there, Roy, or is that good for you?
That's good. I understand that these are complex issues. I just always like a framework to know where I'm starting from, so that we're not making lots of assumptions when we have this big issue facing us, whether it be a certain removal of certain sorts of issues in the water stream. That could be mercury, as we mentioned it, that we're going to have employee issues. There could be COVID, and the county board been working in regard to the CARES Act, and I know that you've asked for about $4 million. And is that subject to some of the rate reductions that you were talking about, or is that for other things? And so I just like a starting point, and then we build from that. But I certainly accept these are complex questions and times, and so I'll let it go. Thanks.
I'm sure we'll have more opportunities as we get into more of the detail in the groups. Are there any other committee questions? I can't see but 4 people on the Zoom call.
I have one other comment, actually. I had to confess, just looking at something that showed up in the financial newspaper stories for today, and it kind of adds a little additional information from our earlier report this morning. The Bureau of Labor Statistics noted that while the unemployment ticked down in May for white Americans to 12.4%, it actually went up for black Americans to 16.8%. And just like back in the Great Recession, the gap between white Americans and black Americans was pretty considerable and grew during the Great Recession, and then started to shrink between 2011 and August of this past year. So the gap was about 2%. I think the gap was about 2 percentage points. It's taken. We're back to double that. Things, at least for the moment, from our unemployment stats that we saw earlier this morning, have ticked down for white Americans, not so for black Americans, and it's sitting at nearly 17%. So.
Thank you.
That's all from the Bureau of Labor Stats that they put out in a report apparently they published today.
Thank you.
So we just have 3 more slides, and then we
Yeah,
would
okay,
probably go to break.
I just can't tell what the question queue is. That's why I was asking. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. I think.
Okay, so we're going to transition to the programs, and I think some of the detailed questions will go to the specific programs. So for business services, regulatory affairs, utility operations, and water resource recovery, and for the natural systems group. So next slide. When you look at the investments that we're planning, the investments are split between the different programs. Certainly, managing and operating the water resource recovery facilities, it's the largest investment that we make at $31.3 million. The next is in our conveyance systems, both for storm and wastewater and surface water and wastewater at $19 million. The next is the business services group, which is all of the support systems, and also our new research and innovation group. That came from, that's Dr. Williamson that you're going to hear from. And then regulatory affairs at $6.8 million, and then natural systems group also at $6 million. So that's sort of the split of where we invest the dollars that come in. And then we have, next slide, sort of the overlay of COVID, and the team is going to talk about how they're managing the investments between growth and regulations and asset management, because it did shift some of the priorities as it relates to where we're going to grow and which assets and regulation. So with that, next slide, Mark, I think we're at a quick break, but we're running about
30 minutes. A half hour late already.
We're just a little bit behind, yeah.
So Chair, perhaps I'd recommend a 10-minute break
Yeah,
instead
that's
of
what
a
I was thinking.
15.
We could do
So,
a 10-minute break now instead of the 15. and-
so we would return here at 11:25.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
that sounds
Thank you
great.
very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we ready to kick it back in? All right. And so the first is the business services. I don't know if Diane or Mark, who's going to lead off with that first?
Diane will lead off with that.
Okay.
Okay, so business services is found on page 139 of the budget book. So this includes the funding for the Office of the CEO, for our legal services with Jerry Linder, our government affairs and community communication and community engagement under Mark Jockers, our human resources, risk and insurance management under Holly Dober, our business strategy and performance management with Mark Poling, and our digital solutions group with Dr. Ting Lu, and also Ryan Cicero to talk about performance management, and also finance and accounting with Kathy Leader, and our research and innovation program under Dr. Ken Williamson. So next slide, please. So within this program, we brought into it the research and innovation program. So that's the reason for the 3 FTE increase and also for the increase in the budget itself. But we also did add resources this past year within government and public affairs, as well as with digital solutions and finance. So there was a question from the committee about where is the additional FTEs residing. So these are the ones that we funded them in our non-departmental area. So the teams have a base budget in which they have the existing staffing. And then we were able to put money into non-departmental if revenues came in on track to make additional investments with staff. So for the business services group, there's a plan, and that's the gray, of 5 FTE, and it's really a conversion of 4 people that are currently in temporary positions. So it is base work that will need to continue on, so it would be an opportunity to transition positions into full-time. So within public affairs, there's 2 of those positions. It's the front desk and reception, as well as our graphics specialist. Within research and innovation, it's an engineering project coordinator and operations and analyst. So it would be the ability to invest to bring them to the full-time status. And then within finance, there's a request for an additional FTE for programmatic support specialist to help with the buying. We currently only have 1 buyer at the district, and she's amazing, but I think we need a little more resiliency within that program. So that's business services, and the rest of the team members are going to give you some highlights on their different programs. So business services incorporates a large portion of the organization. So with that, we're going to start with Mark Poling. I'm going to turn it over to him to talk about business strategy and performance systems.
And Mark is should be online for that.
It's not his fridge we're looking at, is it?
Can you hear me?
Yes. There you go.
Great, here I am. Oh, there's my background. Sorry, I usually do Zoom meetings for the Water Environment Federation, and that's one of our products that we produce, this great children's book. But anyway, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I can't see the presentation right now, but we're a small group. Oh, there it is. Thank you. We're a small group. There's 4 of us. We're working on strategic initiatives and business process improvement, development and training. And then next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I think I've had a chance to talk about what the performance excellence framework is. You may also know it as the Baldrige framework. But just real quickly, to me, it's sort of a process person, utility manager's dream, because it brings everything together. It's leadership, it's strategy, it's customers, it's how you measure and analyze things. It's your knowledge management system. It's your workforce, right? How do you connect with your staff and how do they deliver value? It's operations. And then a big part of this is those things are all great, but they have to produce results. And so we've been on this quest now for a couple of years, and for me, it's been a great program. I believe that the organization is really seeing value in it. and we're really engaging a number of folks. We're small because we really work with the rest of the organization. And my colleague, Ryan Locicero, is going to tell you all about some of the things that we're doing on that work. So Ryan, I'll hand it over to you now.
All right, great. Thanks, Mark, and good morning, Chair, board members, and Budget Committee. So as Mark mentioned, the Performance Excellence Program at Clean Water Services includes the development, and next slide, please, sorry. Go to the next slide. Okay, so yeah. So Performance Excellence includes the development of an integrated framework for aligning people, process, and planning with results. And so that's to improve overall organizational performance. And in fiscal year 20, we worked with senior leaders from across the district to develop Clean Water Services strategic approach, working for the river together, our strategic planning journey. Now, this document was shared broadly across the organization, and all staff were invited to provide comments and feedback. That feedback was integrated into the final version of the document that was published in December of 2019, which Diane mentioned. There are copies available today, and we can also provide links to view online. So the strategic approach describes the system and philosophy that guides the work of the people of Clean Water Services as we contribute with a common purpose towards 5 key strategic outcomes. So our key strategic outcomes, which you saw earlier and that are at the bottom of the script slide here, and they're also throughout the budget presentation. There are organizations' area of greatest expertise, those strategically important, specialized capabilities that are central to fulfilling our mission and that provide an advantage in our region and to the people that we serve. So here you can see a river diagram, and we are on this journey together. And as an organization, we're currently working across the organization to create our roadmaps, develop measures and targets, and align our goal sharing program with this framework. Ultimately, we are working together to define the specific strategies that we will implement as an organization that will allow us to reach our key strategic outcomes and publish our strategic plan. Next slide, please. So as you saw on the previous slide, roadmaps are a key component to the Performance Excellence Program and our strategic approach. Roadmaps are a bottom-up approach to developing, documenting, and executing strategy developed by the people that are doing the work. Through roadmap development, our workforce is defining the specific objectives, initiatives, and action plans that they need to execute strategy. So we have several early adopters to the roadmap development process. A couple of these early adopters are creating strategic roadmaps. These roadmaps are interdisciplinary in nature, and they include thermal management and water reuse. These roadmaps are developing the thermal compliance strategies for generating thermal credits and reducing thermal loads to the Tualatin River to 2025 and beyond. Others are leading the way in the development of programmatic roadmaps, and those focus on documenting and tracking the performance of programs from across Clean Water Services, and they include environmental services and digital solutions. Now, we are currently working across the district to align the fiscal year 21 goal sharing program with the development of programmatic and strategic roadmaps, and we will use this as an opportunity to continuously improve our process of connecting our workforce's day-to-day work with the district's key strategic outcomes. Next slide, please. So the goal sharing program is entering its 19th year at the district. And it's been very successful in promoting cost savings and service enhancements by encouraging both practical and innovative employee approaches and solutions to improve delivery and priority services to our region. The program provides a critical linkage between employees' achievement of meeting targets, working together, and improving performance. Every year, our workforce sets between 60 and 90 goal sharing measures and targets that are designed as stretch goals. In a typical year, we achieve between 60 and 75% of those targets, but progress is being made on all of those goal sharing measures regardless. Here, I wanted to highlight a few goal sharing measures that achieved their targets in fiscal year 19 and exemplify the spirit of the program. First, the low impact development approach's goal sharing measure sought to both improve the aesthetic appeal of low impact development and support cost-effective maintenance while improving functional performance. Student teams from a variety of academic programs were invited to develop and deliver design proposals that exemplified innovative stormwater ideas for residential properties. So this design challenge brought student-led designs to the district It improved our understanding of how to train the next generation of stormwater engineers and furthered our relationship with academic programs from across the region. Another goal sharing program had to do with electronic accounts payable options. Now, in previous years, when a vendor sent an invoice, accounts payable worked through a lengthy paper-driven process with the corresponding program in order to issue a check. Now, the Water Resource Recovery Department wanted to find a solution to make the process more electronic. Together, the two groups reached options that offer electronic approval and optical read, meaning that software that can look at digital or scanned invoices, gather data, and auto-populate the fields that accounts payable needs. They determined that not only would this type of software require less labor and less paper, it would increase efficiency and save money. Now, managing assets is key at the district, and staff use the principles of asset management to improve performance of both lab equipment and fleet, two very disparate but important aspects of utility operations. And finally, the Cedar Mill North Johnson Collaborative Interactive Site, which shares the story of development and the cumulative impact that development has on the natural resources, including streams and streamside property owners in that area. Next slide, please. So the district promotes collaborative and integrative teams through its goal sharing program, involving as many employees as possible. This year, the goal sharing program included 90 goal sharing measures, with owners and coordinators representing just over 20% of the workforce. This year's most common themes are business process improvement, future regulatory structure, digital solutions, resource recovery, asset management, and organizational development. The picture here to the right is from a goal sharing program working session, where staff work to improve how goal sharing measures are coordinated across the organization and further align this year's goal sharing measures with the district's strategic approach. The goal sharing program is an important tool within the district to help sustain value, build upon past accomplishments, and stretch towards innovative solutions that improve overall environmental health and create value for our customers. We will continue to strive to meet these goals by aligning the fiscal year 21 goal sharing measures program with the roadmap development process. Next slide, please. So recognition programs play a key role in the district's ability to benchmark performance with best-in-class utilities from across the water sector and for establishing key networks for fostering innovation through national and global partnerships. This year, Clean Water Services joined the Leading Utilities in the World network, which includes 49 of the world's most successful and innovative water and wastewater utilities. Membership in this group is considered the gold standard of utility performance. The district was recognized for demonstrating outstanding innovation in 3 areas of utility management, being business development, energy efficiency, and wastewater treatment and environmental impact. So Clean Water Services continued its consecutive streak, being recognized for the 3rd year in a row by the Utility of the Future Today recognition program. This program celebrates the achievements of water utilities that reimagine partnering and engagement, watershed stewardship, and recovery of resources such as water, energy, and nutrients. This year, we're submitting for recognition in the activity area of water reuse. Now, innovation is critical in the water sector, and the district is one of 75 global utility partners leading the way in the development of a framework for launching and leading utility innovation programs for small to mid-sized to large-scale facilities. Recently, we have been working in close collaboration with leading water and wastewater utility partners, sharing best practices and learning from other utilities from across the nation on the important role of innovation in a crisis. These are just a few of the key recognition programs that allows Clean Water Services to benchmark performance, network, and maintain a reputation, partnering regionally, nationally, and with leading utilities from around the world. The Business Strategy and Performance System team wants to thank the chair, board members, and the Budget Committee for their continued support as we work for the river together. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you.
So this is Kathy. Next slide is on finance and accounting. So my group, we delve into accounting services, financial reporting, budget and financial forecasting, utility billing and collections, and we also do procurement in our group. We do this with 15 FTEs right now, and as Diane had mentioned, we have 1 FTE for program support specialist buyer that is proposed but not in the departmental budget this year. This individual would support our procurement coordinator who does centralized requisition and PO development, so they would help with that requisition processing, PO management, and also support our budget and support services supervisor with some of our budget and forecasting activities. Next slide. We have 2 projects in the capital program this year out of finance. The first one is a joint project with Tualatin Valley Water District to buy a new utility billing system. The system we have in place right now was put in 2007. It was an in-house developed program by the water district, and we're looking to purchase an off-the-shelf billing system that would allow us the opportunity to have more modernized billing functionality, an outstanding customer service portal, and a lot more access to reporting and data analytics for the system. So this past year, we went through the RFP and selection process and have narrowed it down to our preferred vendor, Open International. So we're in negotiations right now for a contract. This coming year, we'd be looking to implement that software. The second capital project we're looking at is the accounts payable automation that Ryan had touched base on that with our goal share in the prior year where we looked at options. Well, this year we're looking to pursue an optical read invoice processing system that would would result in electronic invoices being loaded into our Oracle system. We do internal approval coding inside the system and auto load for bill payments. And it would also be then our storage and retention. We'd no longer have all those file cabinets with paperwork. Next slide.
Good morning, everyone. For digital solutions, we have 15 FTEs, so we lead the technology vision direction. We also manage and maintain infrastructure and software management. Next slide, please. So I want to expand a little bit more on the digital solutions roadmap. So we have the infrastructure, which have software, hardware, and networks. On top of that, we have over hundreds of applications, databases, and integrations. Since 2011, we have enhanced the business intelligence to really create all the reports and dashboards. We added mobility and leverage cloud solutions. For the last year, we really have expanded our Internet of Things, IoT technologies. So for the last year, for infrastructure, we want to continue making that secure, resilient infrastructure and also create a district-wide security culture. We did some simulated learning for district and also some of the password change for the district to cultivate that culture. Next slide, please. With the COVID-19, I think the big impact, as Diane talked about earlier, is luckily we already have a lot of infrastructures ready. So you can see on the WebEx meetings, we have already that infrastructure. And also we have the VPNs for remote worker to log into the workstations. But it's really started beginning of that early March. We have to work with the district staff and really provide trainings and how to document a lot of one-on-one to get all the district employees ready. So you can see over the months, we have over 1,800 WebEx meetings going on. And we also have at any given time about 190 VPN connections, the staffing going to the workstation. So that also increased our help desk ticket. So it's 5 times more than the original help desk ticket. So it's been an incredible team that I'm working with. Very thankful for that. Moving forward, we'll continue supporting our baseline technology support. And also I see this the business continuity, resiliency to build our digital infrastructure, diversify a lot of network connectivity, and also the support. Next slide, please. The other, as we see, crisis is the opportunity. So the digital solutions have seen some of the opportunities to leverage 3D printers. So on the left and right, you can see those are the alternative N95 masks. So when the supply is a shortage, so we have some alternative to consider. And also the bottom is a mask cover, so it can help you to extend your use of the mask. And I believe you will all get a key, so that helps you to not touching the surface. So thank you. Next slide, please. So getting back to really the IT transition, transforming to digital solutions, I look at this, again, it's a culture. It's an integration of a technology between information technology, operation technology, and engineering technology together. We have all this great foundation infrastructure. We have a great real-time system monitoring and control system. We can develop dashboard. We have to do system integration, modeling integration, prediction. So all of this really to helping us to get better about the system, the real-time decision support, and more proactively to managing our asset and the future together. And the critical part of this really rely on a dense network of sensors, because you really have to have that IoT device on the ground to have a large network. Next slide, please. So for the last year, we have been developing this pipeline approach for Internet of Things. So first, this is a picture of the IoT sensors we integrated on the ground, working with the natural systems. We going through the network, so that's the data transmitted to the cloud. And then further getting to data analytics and dashboard visualization. So this is developed in-house, and this is also a collaboration with research and innovation, the regulatory affairs. You can really see that visualization, the parameters correlate to each other when you have a rainfall. You can say where is the flooding potentially could be occurring. So this provides that value chain. And also this is a huge potential commercial opportunity for others, other water sector utility as well, revenue generations. So I want to highlight, you saw the analytics and visualization dashboard. On the network optimization, we are piloting an alternative to cellular. So this is a radio-based, low cost and a low power connectivity method. So this is going to provide more that possible for large network of sensors together instead of paying the monthly cellular bill payment there. Next slide, please. So with the IoT approach, we're taking a DIY approach. Instead of using the commercial sensors, the black box, those usually cost you tens of thousands of dollars. So we are buying these individual pieces and integrate them together. So this is getting down the cost to hundreds of dollars instead of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. I think the other big impact on this is really on this next generation. You saw millennials and the Gen Z. So this next generation is really like the digital product and putting these pieces together. So I see a huge engagement with the community, not only to working with us on the sensors together, but they will be better aligned with the watershed and stewardship, what we do within this community together. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, we'll continue to maintain a strong, reliable, and secure IT foundation to support the district. We'll further enhance IT, OT, and ET integration to focus the value delivery, and continuously to refine our resiliency and business continuity plan to making sure we have that capability and enhance remote working capabilities. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Make sure everyone can hear me okay. Yeah. Hello, my name is Holly Dober. I'm the Employee and Labor Relations Manager. I oversee the Human Resources and the Risk Insurance Management programs. There are currently 8 employees within the 2 programs, 3 of which are temporary employees. Before I begin going through my slides, I'd like to first take a moment to acknowledge all the employees who work at Clean Water Services by saying thank you. Your hard work, dedication, and kindness is appreciated. Also, I want to thank each of our board members and budget committee members for being here today. Next slide, please. So, creating a resilient, kind, safe, and healthy workforce. In order for the district to accomplish this, I'm going to highlight 3 areas: workplace culture, workforce resiliency, and workplace efficiencies. Beginning with workplace culture. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and the district's Principles of Respect policy are a major component to our workforce professionalism and conduct. We believe in practicing mutual respect for qualities and experiences that are different from our own and that allow us to work together to eradicate all forms of harassment and discrimination. This is key in our strategic success and improves performance. The district also provides employees with passport opportunities, employee recognition, performance excellence program, and creating an environment that is safe and healthy for all employees. Workforce resiliency focuses on attracting diverse applicants by refining our outreach on job boards and building partnerships, recruiting and retaining by offering a competitive compensation package, and professional development and planning for retirements. The HR team has identified workplace efficiencies by implementing onboarding and performance review software and continuation of researching new human resources management software platforms. Next slide, please. The coronavirus has impacted the human resources and risk management team, and in many ways, each and every employee and their family. HR assisted Diane with creating a temporary leave policy that's administered by HR in response to the coronavirus. Each payroll period and analysis of the project and labor codes for coronavirus is completed to ensure accuracy and total cost spent. The district is also researching and analyzing short-term and long-term disability plans. We are providing employees with self-monitoring guidance and an individual wellness kits. Each of these kits includes a brochure and a notebook for contact tracing. As an employer, HR is responsible for conducting contact tracing when we have been notified by an employee that they have been tested positive for COVID-19 or are being tested or may have been exposed. Currently, we are very fortunate and thankful that we have not had a positive confirmed coronavirus case. Next slide, please. Earlier today, you heard Diane speak about our workforce. This slide represents the age diversity across the district. As you can see, 15% of the overall workforce, 64% of the senior leadership team, and 17% of the supervisor staff could retire today based on their age and PERS. This data does not take into consideration years of service in PERS. So succession planning and professional development of our workforce is extremely important. Next slide, please. This slide shows the district's employee turnover for the past 5 years. For the current year, as of May 11th, the turnover percentage is 7.07%. Of those, half are retirements. This percentage is well below the turnover rate for state and local government, which is 19%, and private sector utilities, which is somewhere between 44 and 49%, and that was in 2018. You see, we had 14 resignations. 2 resignations were in lieu of a termination. 1 candidate changed their mind after they had accepted an offer. 9 were for miscellaneous reasons, for example, location, position changes, wages, and some went to a non-union employer. We also had 2 who went back to private engineering consulting firms. Next slide, please. Diversity, equity, and inclusion and the CWS demographics. This slide represents the employee demographics at Clean Water Services. As of May 11th, the district has 351 regular full-time employees. Of those, 26 are female and 74% are male. The years of service ranges from 0 to 5 years at 44% to 26 plus years at 9%. The district is 90% white, 4% Asian, 1% American Indian or Alaskan Native, 3% Hispanic or Latino of any race, 1% Native Hawaiian or other Pacific, and 2% 2 or more races. The district's DEI program has several initiatives to continue its efforts to become a workforce that represents the community we serve. We are gathering data, creating strategy, and building partnerships. We began training our workforce on workplace professionalism and conduct, that it included diversity, equity, equality, and inclusion components. Recently, we added non-binary as a gender category on our equal employment opportunity form, and we continue to work on outreaching and building partnerships in the community, attracting people to this industry. We also partnered with Washington County LUT for the Community Job Fair. This was a great opportunity to meet with community members and provide them with assistance on how to apply for jobs. Show them the equipment that's used, for example, a street sweeper and our TV vans, and answer their questions. We also assisted the community member with setting up job alerts so they are well informed when a position is posted so that they can apply. Next slide, please. Recruitment and workforce initiatives. So this slide demonstrates the outreach to different platforms so that applicants are aware of the types of jobs in our industry. As you can see, we receive a large number of applicants from Indeed. We also post our jobs with partners in diversity and with the U.S. military pipeline. This past year, we have hired a total of 51 new employees, including regular full-time, temporaries, and interns. An initiative we will be continuing to do is posting our vacancies on diverse job boards and outreaching to high schools and colleges regarding positions in our industry. And due to the coronavirus, we are doing virtual interviews and implementing the new hire onboarding platform. Next slide, please. As you may be aware, Victoria Nolan retired in December of 2019 after almost 30 years of service. Diane has transitioned this program under my supervision. As we transition, we are creating insurance program management roadmaps and flowcharts. We are also researching and reviewing risk management software platforms to create online processing, reporting, and auditing components. Overall, we are seeing an upward trend in both claims and insurance premiums, and this is overall an industry overall wide increase. Victoria Nolan is working for us on a consulting and temporary basis, and she's assisting with researching and reviewing and providing the district with recommendations for flood response, earthquake insurance, and pandemic research. Next slide, please. Okay. Workers' compensation and safety initiatives. So some of the initiatives for the safety team include revising the wellness program, which focused on all aspects of wellness, including financial, mental, and physical health. We are updating and reviewing all safety policies to ensure they comply with OSHA standards and the district's standards and best practices. We are also training employees on the policy changes and the best practices. Over the next year, we are looking forward to sharing metrics from our wellness program, injuries, policy updates, and the number of trainings completed by employees. The table on the right shows the district's recordable injuries for calendar year 2019. There were 8 in the low category, 3 in the medium category, 2 in high category, and thankfully 0 in severe. Coronavirus has had many impacts on employee safety. Some of the items that we have put into place are new cleaning and sanitization standards for our new normal, ensure everyone feels safe in their work environment. Employees display or wear identification badges on attire or uniform. Employees receive guidance on personal protective equipment, including face covering policies. And employees receive their individual wellness kits. These will be going out to the workforce in the next week. And I have brought each of you a wellness kit. Those that are joining us virtually, we'll make sure that each of you get one mailed to your home. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you.
I do have one question.
Yeah.
Your recruitment chart. So is that I'm surprised at the big difference between Indeed and some of the others. Is that, do you find correlations between different job classifications and Indeed versus the others? I assume that that's yes. And does it surprise you? I mean, I know Indeed's a good platform, but I'm just surprised.
Yeah, it does. It does differ from depending on the job position. For example, our engineers, we post on those professional organizations. And most of the time, those types of applicants come straight from those job boards. And with Indeed, it's they scrape every time our website. So every time we have a job posting, they scrape it and they post those jobs immediately. It's a very well-known job board.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of similar to like Monster or Career Builder. Those are well-known job boards. So candidates and applicants, they tend to just go there first. And those are responses that we're getting when someone applies is from Indeed. But most likely, I take it with a grain of salt that they could have came from a website or somewhere
I see.
else.
Yeah.
So that's the selection that they're putting when they apply for the job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could,
Go ahead.
before you move on to legal, I just wanted to say thank you, Holly, and to Diane for helping us in Washington County with our HR recruitments and so forth, and just always serving as a resource for us in our work together. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, and I want to compliment you on sharing the workforce information with us. I feel better informed about CWS's workforce than I do the diverse workforce here in Washington County. So, job well done. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
leading.
Thank you.
Okay, just quick comment. We do have some, we have some work to do as far as diversity, that's for sure.
Yes.
It's an opportunity as well, obviously.
When I go back
Literally.
and look at the data from the past 5-10 years, this has immensely improved. 10 years ago, we were 98% white, and closer to 90-10 for gender for male and female. So,
And these are, a lot of these are great jobs. They're jobs of the future. They're jobs that draw on technical and educational background. I mean, they're great jobs. We need to continue to our work on the diversity side.
and it's great working with government public affairs with Mark Jocker's team, and they do some great outreach to the community and educating the children that are in schools. So hopefully they'll like our industry and be inspired to someday go on with their careers in the storm and wastewater industry.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Chair Weller, members of the committee, I'm Jerry Linder, General Counsel for Clean Water Services, and I was just going to talk you through real quick. Small department, 2 attorneys, a contracts administrator, and this year we do have a $25,000 line item for a administrative assistant at temporary. Next slide. This is a listing of all the different areas of the law that we provide advice on. There's some that are beyond our skills. Some even of these are very complicated, and occasionally we go get outside legal services and we manage those. I think they're in general order of how much time we spend on the list of items up there. This year I added a water supply project item because a lot of time has been spent on that. I think Bruce Roll and Tom Vanderplatte may be talking more about that, but there's been a lot of additional work coming out of that the legal staff has been helping with. Next slide. So I want to mention the picture before I get into too much else. That is a picture of last year's Cedar Mill Creek Flood Remediation Collaborative Group that I was proud to be a member of. I put it up there this year because it actually has generated a whole bunch of work, which I'm really excited about. So many times people are involved in something that ends up a study on a shelf. I think you'll hear more from Nora Curtis. There's been a lot of projects coming out of the work that the collaborative did, and that's always exciting for me to see some of the work we did come to fruition that then allows us to do some more work to help the groups get together with IGAs and project contracts. So I just wanted to highlight that because it's exciting. The significant litigation, it's unusual. Typically, I don't know, we might have had 5 lawsuits in 20 years, and now this year we had 3 in 1 year. Don't know why. I was going to describe them in detail because they're interesting to me and fascinating, but we're on a time crunch, so I'm just going to say the first 2 settled, and so I don't think we need to talk too much about it. They don't have a budget impact. The first one settled for about 5% of the claim damages, so really successful.
the other about 20% of what we thought was the trial exposure. So successful results. The King City Garden Villas I am going to mention, it's an ongoing case. It's a situation where there's an apartment complex in King City that has a large old cast iron pipe under it that was, we think, intended as a private collection system to then feed into our system. This was in 1970 that these were made. We were going to help the community with a local improvement district, which was going well, but some of the community members, when they saw the cost, said, gosh, maybe that's really your pipe and you should replace it. And we don't agree. We think it's a private system, or a private system that now is being argued as a public system. It's a fascinating case. Being 50 years old, it's like a Easter egg hunt or a treasure hunt to find the old documents that prove our case, finding witnesses that are still alive. So it's really quite an interesting case. It's being brought as a declaratory judgment in front of the Washington County courts, whereby a court will simply declare whether it's a public or private line. It's important because it would probably be a several million-dollar project, and we don't think it's intended to be the responsibility of the ratepayers to pay for that. I'll mention the purchasing rules revisions. The legislature had made several changes this year that required changes to our purchasing rules. We worked real closely with Washington County. They were subject to the same requirements to change their rules, so we wanted to be pretty consistent. We also added some efficiencies. For instance, we raised the administrative authority of the CEO from 150, which means we would have to bring everything over 150,000 to the board for approval. Given the size of our projects and so on, it's a pretty low number. The board agreed that 300,000 was a more reasonable number that they were comfortable with. So that's an improvement. It takes a lot of time to put together a board item and get it on the calendar and get it approved. So that's a significant shortening of project schedules. And then the last one I'll mention, Kathy talked about it already, but the new customer information billing system, I was involved closely with TVWD legal counsel in putting together the RFP along with the team. And we now have we're beginning to negotiate a contract with a successful proposer. So we feel pretty good about that, but that's going to be a big body of work too to negotiate that fairly large contract. Next slide. I'll mention just a couple things on business continuity or resiliency. I did want to mention a goal share this year that grew out of last year's committee recommendation. I think, at least I felt it was a recommendation. The question was asked last year. A lot of contracts we have that are, the legal group doesn't review their templates. The work groups do those contracts. And we were asked, well, how do you assure that they're good, well done? And our answer was we do a lot of training and we trust our people. But I didn't feel like that was really enough. There was a suggestion that we maybe pull selected groups and just check and see if there's additional training that might be necessary. So one of our goal shares is that audit program where we'll pull certain contracts. If we see issues, we'll talk to the individual members. If it looks like it's something the team could use more assistance on, we'll do more training. So that is happening. The next couple items I want to mention as part of the legal team's response really to the whole COVID-19. Our team is working entirely remote at this time. So we came up with, we have a pilot project for an electronic bidding system so that bidders don't have to submit paper copies. People don't have to meet for public bidding. They can call in. There are legal requirements, but we've met those now electronically. We hope that's a system that's successful and will continue even past COVID. And so that's been a success. We meet every morning in WebEx meetings. We don't see each other, but well, we do on the screen, but not in person. That's a little hard, but we're doing great on that. We're almost entirely into paperless review of contracts. We came up with templates for permits of entry that we used to review in paper and then sign them. Now we are doing that on our legal queue where we collect all the items we review and we're simply putting a note in the queue. We've reviewed it. It's approved. They can move on with it. These aren't real property documents that need to be recorded. So it's okay to do it that way. So we're coming up with those sorts of innovations. And so that's been our response. We're turning around urgent contracts, and there's been a lot on a same-day basis. So it's been a challenge, but I have an amazing team, and they really have met that challenge. Last thing I'll mention, because you might see this in the future, we're looking at contract management software packages. We have a lot of pieces that work together really well, but they probably could work together better if we had a comprehensive system. Right now, we've just built all these tools and they work nicely, but we think there could be, as a package, there can be some additional efficiencies if we were to find the right package and still build on in our learning from what we've done so far. So those are the things I wanted to mention this morning. Thank you, and I wanted to ask you any questions.
Chair Weller, you have Commissioner Rogers on Zoom.
All right, thank you. I want to go ahead and defer to Commissioner Rogers there.
Thank you, Tony. This is a legal question, so I'm just curious, with the workforce working from home so much, and that's true of most industries, there seems to be a bit of dispute about what the liability is for the employer and whether they have a current work at home policy, and that which would cover acts that might occur on their property, everything from loss of data that might be sensitive to slip and fall. So if an employee is working for Clean Water Services Home, plugs in too many devices, it burns down their house, are we liable for that? If they slip and fall, are we liable for that? So I'm certainly not trying to practice law, but what sort of policies do we have that are written for each employee? And if we don't have them, what are we going to do about that? And what is your general thought on the potential liability for loss of sensitive data, for information that we could be sued on, or the slip and fall?
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I'm going to defer that to Holly Dauber. It's a bit more of a risk question, which is her area, so I'll allow her to answer that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have a teleworking policy that we're working through. So employees know what their professionalism and their conduct should be while they're working from home. And then as far as risk goes, as if someone slips and falls at their house, this is a temporary working location, so it does not impact that portion of it. But if they do fall and get hurt at work, they can file a workers' comp claim.
I appreciate your comment, but I think it's going to be longer than temporary. And so I didn't know if we have any umbrella insurance for that kind of thing. And I know it's again, I'm not practicing insurance nor law nor anything else, but I know in our industry there's a bit of concern as to what that might look like and whether or not we're protecting ourselves from those sorts of activities that were very much unintended, that they are our employees working on our time. And what's the environment, and if they're using personal computers, does that violate any policy in regard to our devices, handheld devices that would be sensitive? So it's just something to look at. I'd be curious. I'd love to see your policy, and I'll stop at that.
This is Diane Roy. Thank you for that question, because you're right. We're transitioning to living with this virus. So this notion of temporary could be longer. So we'll look into the assessment of the policies in the long run. But the district did deploy district devices. So employees are not using their personal devices, and they're doing their work by VPN-ing. So they're doing virtual networking in. So that helps with some of those. But you're absolutely right. As we begin to think, how long is this virus going to last, and if we have more long-lasting telecommute policies, we should look at risk and insurance in the long run. But we've handled it as a temporary policy for now.
Huh. Okay. Go ahead. I'll go wait in the queue. I think you were ahead of me or others. Oh, okay. I have to say, Director Rogers raised some interesting questions. I think there will be some new development in the law with regards to workers' comp, maybe tort liabilities and things like that. If we really begin to institutionalize, which everyone is expecting, that there'll be a lot more working at home. There may be, yeah, that's going to be something to follow, I think. The question I had to do more with, how do you weigh, these things should be longer. The question I have has to do more with, how do you consider or think about expanding in-house as opposed to contracting out? I mean, having two people for such a large organization with all of the myriad responsibilities and legal questions that are raised, how do you do that sort of analysis to think about adding more people in-house versus contracting out? And because two of you, there's no way that, I mean, you're a general practitioner, really, in effect, but how do you think about that, and how do you do that analysis?
It's a really, really good question, and Diane and I are working together to sort of right-size the department for the future. For a long time, the expectation was we would get by with what we had or have, and so we've worked really hard to make that work with constant improvements, and we are able to work with the specialty attorneys in a way that we think is very cost-effective, because we work closely with the departments to make sure they're staying within the range of the questions they ought to be asking and not going too far afield, because attorneys they like to make up more questions to answer, as you know, perhaps, Commissioner Scouten. But I think,
I mean, it can be interesting research topic, and it helps with the billables, right?
Well,
from their standpoint.
Yeah, I'm sure. So I think this model has worked well. I don't know if it's adequate going forward. I mean, we're a much bigger organization.
Yeah.
We're much more sophisticated. We've added, work groups and other in-house engineering services that have added to the workload. So I think it's a really good question to consider that I am actively considering. So thank you for the question.
And it's also a resiliency question, because Lisa and Jerry are, part of the grouping that they could prepare to retire. So yeah, we're actively trying to navigate it. Yeah. Thank you for that question.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Okay. If I could just follow up, just very, very quickly, I'll be short. I mean, the experience that an experienced lawyer, a senior lawyer, is their ability to work quickly and cost effectively and to provide really good advice really hangs a lot on their years of experience. You leave, that's going to be a huge diminution of efficiency and legal experience. So that's pretty sobering, actually.
It is, and that is also one of the questions that Diane has asked me, as to what is a good transition plan. You typically might give a 30-day notice and good luck. I don't think she thinks that's adequate. I don't think I do either.
Are you trying to say
I think you're thinking really more like a couple of years.
Years, yes.
Well,
Pre-planning years, and then what kind of talent we want to bring in, and
So you're not on the 3 bad day and you've already had 2 of them?
No, I don't think that'd be responsible. All right, thank you.
So, my name is Mark Jockers. I'm the Government and Public Affairs Director here with Clean Water Services. I'm going to talk about the Public Affairs Program. The district, in the last year, we've brought an additional group into the public affairs realm, which is the administrative function for board support, similar to the county administrative office work. And we have 2 programs in the public affairs program. We have the government affairs, which is government affairs and legislative affairs, and then, as I said, the board administration. Then the other side, we have the communication and community involvement, community engagement program, which is really about policy and partnerships, and it's about education and outreach, and also we have our creative services function in that group. Go to the next slide, please. So the program basically looks, as I said, as leadership and legislative engagement. We manage both our federal and state legislative agendas within this group. We also support the board and our Clean Water Advisory Commission. And I think these other pieces that I wanted to highlight on public involvement, stakeholder engagement, are ones that you've heard about already, certainly, and you'll hear throughout the day, the Tualatin Basin Joint Project, the Watershed Enhancement Collaborative work, certainly design and construction standards, which the board took action on last year and we continue to do work on. And then the theme that Holly brought up earlier about diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is the group that's kind of leading the employee engagement aspects related to that. Go to the next slide, please. When we look at our program, particularly in the communication side, it's about trying to meet customers where they are. And given the pandemic, it has changed our conversation with customers, certainly with customer support, being really empathetic about rates, talking about how we've suspended any sort of penalties for late fees. We've suspended shutoffs with our water partners. We've looked at delaying rate increases and trying to talk to employees, rather customers about that as well. It's our 50th anniversary this year. We're very, very proud of that. We thought we'd be doing lots and lots of celebrating all together in big groups this year, and we're not, right? So we're having to do that in a very, very different way. And then the other things, we really looked at community-based kind of behavior change education issues. And one thing that's really come up very strongly in the last year is this concern about wipes, so-called quote-unquote flushable wipes. In the stampede to get toilet paper, people turn to other items. And I just am here to tell you they are not flushable, and they're creating real problems, particularly for Nora's group, for the folks that maintain the sewer system. We've really also focused to try to look at how we thank our fellow employees. This is a program that we put together to various employees putting together thank you notes for our frontline folks, the people that are in the field, the people that are at the treatment plant, the people that are working 24/7, 365. And that's really focused on how we develop that culture of kindness and support among our employees. And that's the same reason we do the Passport program and also the online learning development program. Go to the next slide, please. I want to wrap up talking about our education program. We have a remarkable person who runs this, Ellie O'Connor, who's been with us for about 10 years now. She's in the classroom all the time with her staff, and all of a sudden the classroom doesn't exist. So she transitioned our River Rangers program, which we see about 5,000 students a year. All of a sudden, we couldn't see those students. We figured out a way to do a live streaming on Facebook with that. Had over 2,000 views on that in the course of about 2 weeks, where we could reach out to those relationships we have with teachers and connect students with that. We're also adapting field experimentation stuff to videos and surveys and other digital tools. And we continue to work with the school districts and the teachers and the classrooms on how do we align our work with kind of the next generation science standards, all toward that goal that Holly talked about, which is how do we do career-connected learning in really a K through 12 or K through 16 model to try to build that pipeline for people that can replace me and the other folks that will retire over time. So thank you very much. I think I'm handing it over to Dr. Williamson, who is online.
Are you good?
Oh, I hear you there.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm Ken Williamson. I'm Director of Research and Innovation. The Research and Innovation program this year got moved out of regulatory affairs and into big business services. We are, if you look at Clean Water Services, we're known as an innovative organization. And what Research and Innovation does is try to promote that even more within Clean Water Services through a variety of different programs and operations. We're a small organization. We have 3 people who are involved in the research and innovation side. And then we have 1 full-time FTE in the modeling side. We're asking in this budget cycle for 2 additional people, 1 operational analyst to work with our research program and to manage the Pure Water Wagon. operation and maintenance. And we're looking for a water resources analyst to assist in the modeling programs. Next slide. On the research and innovation side, there's over 21 specific projects and studies that are being done inside the district. Of those 21 projects, 11 of them are managed by the Research and Innovation Group. The other 10 are managed in the wastewater recovery and the watershed groups. We also have responsibility for the successful operation of the Fernhill wetland and documented compliance. We are deeply involved in the design of the new Clean Water Research and Innovation Center at Fernhill, which is going forward and we should have in place in 3 years. And we also manage the pure water wagon and the production of water for portable reuse that we use to do our pure water brew. Next slide. One of the programs that's been added this year is sewer shed surveillance. This was done in cooperation with Environmental Services and started out as really trying to monitor discharges from industries. With the pandemic, we started a program of trying to measure SARS-CoV-2 in our wastewater. Out of that has come a collaboration with Oregon State University, the Oregon Health Authority, and OHSU, combining clinical data with our data on wastewater concentrations of the virus copies. What we'd really like to do is to correlate the actual RNA copies in the wastewater with community infection. And the data shown on the right is data from New Haven, Connecticut, in which they get almost a one-to-one correspondence between the virus copies in the wastewater with the daily new cases in that community. We are seeking to develop these kind of correlations here in Washington County. You can use this data to determine prevalence of infections in the community. You can also look at increasing or decreasing number of infections and compare those with how effective your community policies are. You can also determine virus loads from particular institutions and industries. We have 25 individual sampling points throughout Washington County where we're looking at things like nursing homes, hospitals, schools, and various industries to try to determine where there might be high concentrations of the viruses being added to the community. Next slide. We also have our modeling group, and this year we have done a lot of work on the development of collection of field data and data within our sewer system. And that pollution tracking in the sewer shed has been done with the Environmental Services Group inside of RAD. We've come a long ways on knowing exactly where to sample and how to sample. We've also supported a variety of water supply projects related to getting compliance in the river. And then our modeling group also does a lot of modeling for specific research projects. We also provide significant support in stormwater and surface modeling for other units inside of the district. Next slide. So on process improvement, just a couple of points. We have advanced significant innovative and cutting edge approaches across the district with our 21 projects. We have come a long way in promoting innovative approaches for continuous data collection, and Ting talked about the very large DIY project that has been immensely successful. We also have promoted advanced modeling tools for compliance and assessment, and much of this has been used in developing the scenarios for the water supply project as we move forward. And we've also expanded this year collaboration with various organizations, included PSU, OSU, OHA, and OHSU. So we're beginning to go much wider in our boundaries of using our research results. Next slide. And so these are the numbers, a variety of different things that we've done. We've been part of this business services piece that somebody may want to speak to.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, I think this last piece here is a kind of a by the numbers view of this hodgepodge group that serves as business services that includes Ken's group as well. And with that, we've concluded the business services section. So,
Great, thank you, everybody. I think we're gonna, Bob, I apologize to you. I think we're gonna move you to after lunch. We're going to do that, and I think we're going to shorten, just given the time schedule of lunch, 20 or 20? We're going to shoot for a 20, 25-minute lunch break here. Okay, thank you. That's even, but 28 minutes, there we go. Yeah, 1 o'clock we will resume, so thank you very much.
okay, thank you.
So wait a minute, are we talking about Fiscal 91, the roadmap to launch our water? Yeah. Okay, I don't see your humongous list of, did you review this project? Yeah. So, okay, so. It sounds like Walter, you're not really overly supportive with this. And did you write no? Yeah, I only gave it 4. They just want to do a workshop or maybe 25, 30,000 pounds off the whole I would consider even spending on it. But like I said, there's a lot of this knowledge out there already. Okay. So, Harry, you are the lone person saying that it has to go forward, or did I misunderstand?
I think I saw that the Marine providing some information. I think now I think the proposal didn't even mention that. I think I feel a little disappointed now. I think because they should suppose making connections. If for some reason the PI didn't mention that. I think
Hello to you out there in Zoom land. We're getting ourselves situated here in the auditorium.
And welcome back, everybody. Regulatory Affairs. Mr. Bob, go ahead when you're ready.
I'm ready. Just trying to get the sliding back so I can keep track. Chair Weller, members of the board, my name is Robert Baumgartner. I'm Director of the Regulatory Affairs. Before I jump into my presentation, there was a question that came up a couple of times that I'd like to touch on, and that's dusting off the crystal ball of the regulatory issues that are coming up. I hope to cover those real quickly, and for most of them, I hope you'll see that we are in an admirable place to address those that are coming up. The EPA has a number of initiatives that they have queued up. They have been a little bit slower moving those through with the recent administration than they had thought, but they're still queued up and working on a number of them. One of the areas that would be very important for us to continue to pay attention to is what they call the wet weather and blending, which influences how you design and operate wastewater plants during the very high flows. That's a problem for us because we see some very high flows due to rainfall in the winter period, and we'll continue to pay attention to that. It comes up and goes away quite frequently. We just need to make sure we keep on track of that. A number of other areas, nutrients and aluminum, we will be talking about. Copper, we will touch on real quickly. We have talked, many of us before, about the PFAS. That is an initiative from EPA. They are focused on drinking water right now. Once they get that behind them, we expect them to start looking at biosolids application and then water quality criteria. And that is really looking like it will be an area for our environmental services to pay a lot of attention to. Biosolids and land application is growing as an issue as EPA looks at that. Again, that's initiated by the PFAS, but other parameters will come up as well. We have very high quality biosolids, so we're well situated for that. Virus indicators, EPA has been talking about moving to virus indicators ever since I had dark curly hair. But I didn't think it was funny. Anyway, thank you for laughing. But they expect they will be moving towards that virus indicator. We have been sending some of our staff to training to learn how to do that, develop the methodology in our lab, which is fortunate because, as Dr. Williamson and his research, these are parallel efforts, so we'll be able to add to that and provide some of that support. DEQ is looking at a wide range of human health criteria. We'll touch on that during the presentation very quickly as well. One of the biggest areas that EPA is focusing on is what they call urban waters. We call it urban stormwater. That's an area we need to pay a lot of attention to. We have both a lot of opportunity to do things right and have some significant environmental benefits. Nora and her team have done exemplary work thinking ahead about how to be innovative with that. It is also an area of great risk that we could end up spending a lot of public money unwisely if we do not do it right. There are two areas that I think of EPA initiatives that we want to take advantage of, which includes reuse and expanding the reuse program. Diane has been a champion for us in that arena, and in integrated planning. Historically, EPA has looked at integrated planning as a compliance issue, so it really hasn't worked for us because we're in compliance. But partly due to our efforts and others, EPA is looking at it as a longer-term planning strategy. That's something we've championed and want to take advantage of. So with that said, we're regulatory affairs. We're a pretty small group, as you'll see, although I think an important group. Nonetheless, we provide a wide variety of services throughout the district. We're largely providing services, so I hope some of the people we provide services say nice things about us. It's our intent to try to help them out and achieve their goals. One area is our compliance services. We have 6 FTE in that. We are a heavily regulated industry, and our role is to make sure not only do we stay in compliance, but more so, we spend much more of our time anticipating the future issues and preparing ourselves. Often that is looking not just a couple of years ahead, but decades ahead, and preparing ourselves. If we're successful, that really helps us make sure we not only stay in compliance, but we don't have the shock that can come from compliance issues if we do not plan or we do not, if we do not plan and we do not prepare for that. We do have a number of state and federal permits. We provide the integrated planning support. We provide and manage the flow that you've heard about to the Tualatin River from our reservoirs, from some of our water rights that we have implemented. And we are doing a lot of work over the next year looking forward into how best manage that flow, both to meet our regulatory requirements, mostly to offset temperature, to maintain minimum flows, but especially in the late fall to provide environmental flows for the river and in some of the tributaries as well. As Dr. Williamson mentioned, we have a number of people who've moved out of regulatory affairs, and one person who's moved into Ting's program to help support her work as well. The environmental services has stayed pretty much the same over the last year. Looking forward, we in the laboratory are looking to add a laboratory specialist in exchange of a senior operations analyst who has retired. Yes, ma'am.
Just a quick question, and we can take this offline too. So with what you were just highlighting to me, it made me think about the course of someone's career in your industry and how that career might exist through the course of clean water services. I know I went through this in high tech. I generally was only in one business unit for 2 years or so, but I could advance in my career not only in terms of authority and responsibility, but also my going from D to R in R&D because of that mindfulness, and it sounds wonderful.
One thing we have done is we've tried to match up a little bit more the position description, so people who are elevating through our laboratory also have the opportunity to move over into environmental services or into compliance services to make that advancement and lateral movement a lot easier than it would have been years ago. And by we, I mean mostly Holly. So that's worked out well for us. And so I think the other thing that I wanted to note real quickly about our program is over the last 2 years, we really have flattened our organization by limiting a number of the management steps and allowing that responsibility to really shift down to some of our staff, which has proved remarkably successful, especially, and we'll touch on it with some of the COVID actions. Our folks are very, very intelligent, but giving them the opportunity to control their own fate to some extent, to think about what they believe is best for the district and act has been a very powerful move by us. Next slide, please. So this is the sum of the movement. Most of our reduction is due to the reduction in staff, but just to touch a little bit on some of the other impacts. We have, for example, a little over $400,000 that we pay into permit fees to the state of Oregon for the water quality and air permits. Those went up by a little over $100,000 this year. So that's an add. Through some of our business process improvement, we were able to do a better job of managing our flow of resources. We have developed with Ting's group a very extensive process tool for linking our permit demands to our equipment needs that ties into our staff planning so that we were able to reduce over $100,000 in discretionary money that we used to send out to private laboratories to bail us out if we were running short. So through that management, we've done pretty well. Similar, we've developed with Things Group an asset management system. That asset management system keeps track of all the equipment use that we have. We have that tied to also our compliance management system. It's in its beta test version, but even using that, we have, with our chemists, determined how to apply a new tool that we developed, a inductively coupled mass spectrometer, but that reduced the number of new equipment that we had to buy and increased our productivity almost by fourfold by the metals we produced, again saving us several $100,000. So although we've had some increases, we have also had some offsets. We've used some of that savings to actually invest in some of the PFAS monitoring that we have talked about before. So a little bit of adding and a little bit of subtracting. With that, next slide, please. And then, so the impact of COVID has been substantial on us, and it has changed some of our programs. I'll touch on these real quickly and touch on them a little bit more detail in further slides. With the growth, we have unfortunately not done our pre-treatment awards this year. One of the areas of compliance that we have found very successful in the past years is to give awards for industries who have been in 100% compliance. I think I mentioned this last year. We actually have company presidents flying in all the way from Japan to receive the reward. Been very successful. It did not work out this year. If this happens again next year, we'll be looking at ways to do it, if not in person, but it was just a little bit beyond our reach this year. We have ended up purchasing some more equipment to support the COVID research, but as I noted, we will make sure that that's the same kind of equipment we would need for our future compliance with the EPA virus indicators. I touched on our lab asset management systems, how we've integrated that, and how that has really made us more effective. Even with COVID, we are producing more analyses per person than we have in past years. We have a number of regulatory issues we are dealing with, whether they're aluminum or phosphorus that I'll touch in. But what we really focused on with COVID for our regulatory affairs group was to make sure that we situated ourselves to be in compliance if we ended up having to pull back from some of the monitoring or some of that compliance. We have written already what is our force majeure requirement, so that should we end up there, we will be in a good place to work with DEQ. In fact, DEQ sent our letter around and everybody else copied it and sent in the same letter. So that's good. I was a little bit jealous, but next slide, please. I did want to point out two things about this slide. First of all, you'll notice that everybody in the lab is smiling all the time. I wouldn't let such silliness go on in the lab, so I should not have allowed this picture to go on. But Cindy, who is pictured here, and Mark Frank from our laboratory, early in this COVID issues that started to emerge, gave a lot of thought to what does that mean for us and our ability to operate. And they put the initiative in to develop the hand sanitizers that you guys have seen and hopefully are using because it's better than anything you can buy. Hand wipes as well, and disinfection spray systems to keep not only our laboratory clean, but it has been distributed throughout the district and to others as well. The laboratory staff have largely been on site throughout the development of the COVID. We have done a lot to manage how we receive and do our analysis, splitting people up between their suites, organizing the analysis so that hopefully only one person is in the suite at a time. A lot of work with social distancing. Our environmental services program has really pioneered the use of virtual inspections, where if we can't get out at a site because they are uncomfortable or we are uncomfortable, we're working with them to, in this day and age, take a laptop computer, PDF, all the information we need, walk it around so that we can still continue to make sure the industries are in compliance. We reach out to all our industries monthly just to make sure they are aware of what's going on and that they follow what they need to do in case they cannot comply as well, so that they are not inadvertently out of compliance. EPA did an audit of our program, and we pioneered the opposite end of it and being on the audit end of a process as well. And we have largely used our vehicles as an office. So we've staggered the time in which our people can come in, grab what they need to do, get in their vehicles, and go out and do the work that they need. Our compliance support team, largely they are able to work from home, do the remote work. A lot of ways it's become very effective and efficient. We use the WebEx a lot, but I will note the novelty of WebEx meetings wore off a long time ago. But it does save travel, and it has really worked pretty well, not only for the internal meetings, but with some of the state and other regulatory agencies as well. Next slide, please. So for the next couple of slides, what I just want to talk about is less of what we've done in the past, but more of what we are thinking about moving forward to in the future. Mr. Scout, you kind of stole my thunder on the first one. We are admirably suited because our basin forms largely the Washington County as well. And so we've got a good match of the political boundaries and our watershed. We really want to move that into what we're understanding is permit flexibility is really the innovative planning with EPA as part of our permit. We will be working on our permit from now until December, sending it into DEQ, and then the next half of the year, January to July of next year, negotiating that permit, but integrated planning is going to be a key part of what we want to work on to really give us a longer-term plan and vision for our permit to try to make sure we recognize those regulatory hurdles that are coming our way and prepare for them. We continue to work on thermal load management. One area that we focused a lot of effort on is the new aluminum criteria that's coming up. Aluminum criteria is based on toxicity to fish. We use alum or aluminum for treatment. And so we're working with Nate and our lab and DEQ as well to do the modeling that Dr. Williamson was talking about. And really at this point, we see the opportunity to reduce a toxicant to the river, improve the water quality of the river, and I want you to think a little bit more broadly as well. It's a huge reduction in a carbon footprint if you think about somebody having to mine that, put it in a truck, clean it up, send it over to us and all of that. So significant environmental improvement. And it's really, at this point, less of an experiment, I think, as much as it is a demonstration, and Nate hopefully will be able to touch a little bit on that. Copper and mercury we've talked about. As we work with compliance, we are now focusing a lot of time and effort to make sure our industries know what we expect from them so that they can help us meet our obligations as well. We've been able to sustain a lot of growth and continue to meet our water quality criteria and our permit limits. With the USGS, we continue to do quite a bit of research, and hang on, I missed my note. Although I will note we have pulled back a little bit on the USGS research in lieu of Dr. Williamson's work. I will also want to touch base on disinfection byproducts. One of the areas that I mentioned that the Oregon DEQ is really interested in is the myriad of human health criteria, which includes disinfection byproducts, which happen whenever you mix chlorine with water, especially if it has organics in it. Our lab developed methods to measure those at very low levels, and Raj from our environmental group has been able to use that to help identify some compliance strategies. Nate and company are doing a lot of work then to figure out just how we manage our systems to be able to meet those water quality criteria at more cost-effective ways.
Do you mean, sorry,
Sure,
I'm not
please.
anywhere near as educated and expert as all of you. Beginner. So with what you were just talking about, were you talking about the disinfection in the treatment plants, or are you talking about the fact that the vehicle that transport poop is chlorinated water?
Yeah, that's a great question. And yes, I was talking about both. Some of it is formed in the creation of water itself. That's going to be an issue for the drinking water people as well. The plants that we have that use chlorine, the same kind of thing happens. It's a little richer environment because even after we do all the treatment, there's still some more organic carbon in that water. So yeah, it comes from two sources.
And I apologize, I should be saying effluent probably.
We knew what you meant.
I think it was a technical term.
And so, next slide, please. For our environmental services program, you heard about the roadmap earlier that the environmental services program has done. Our audit was done for the environmental services program. Over the last 2 years, we have done a very deep dive into our program. We've done that for a number of reasons. Really haven't done that for about 30 years, and it was time. We had too much gotten into doing things the way we always had because that's the way we had done those. Under Diane's tutelage, we have really looked at where do we put our energy, where's that energy going to have the environmental benefit, and how do we make sure that we retain in compliance, but really focus our efforts where it will do the most good. Over the next year, what you will hear from us is we are updating our ordinances that guide us on how we do our work. That update is really designed to be a lot clearer on what our expectations are, a lot more transparent on the process to either issue permits or bring people into compliance, and who needs to do what level of effort depending on what kind of permit they want. And we are also updating our programs and our permits. So far, we've received very positive feedback from a number of our industries with the new permits we have written because they now understand them a lot better. And that's really been the issue for them. They want to understand, they don't want surprises. So I think we are making some improvements. We are developing benchmarks to improve our program. I do think one of the unfortunate areas is we're a little bit behind that from what we had hoped to be, in partly because so many people are off-site, but we will pick that up. Dr. Williamson mentioned the modernized source tracking that we have collaborated with the research team on and with Digital Solutions. That has been remarkably successful. I will note the first part of the effort we did with a company external did not work out so well. Innovative ideas, I guess, don't always work out the first time through. Internalizing that, what we learned from there and working with Digital Solutions, we have had some great success and very confident that we will do so moving forward. What that has helped us do is to track down issues or problems that were coming into our wastewater treatment plant, kind of as plugs. Once they hit the plant, we never had time to go out and try to find it with the inline monitors, especially the ones that give us a signal so we know what's happening. We're able to be much more effective tracking it down. As we look into the future, I talked about reuse, and this kind of technology will be critical for reuse in the future. That's what people are going to expect, that we have a way to not only regulate the sources, but to identify those kind of events to prevent them from happening so they're not transported out into who's ever going to reuse that water. And quite a bit of work with the industrial and stormwater compliance. I should note I missed it earlier, but we've been doing a lot of work also with Nora and her team, who have been very, very innovative in figuring out how to address some of our stormwater issues coming up into the future. That has made it easier for people like myself and my team to interact with DEQ and try to make sure we get those implemented, those innovative efforts into our permit. Next slide, please. And last one I wanted to touch on is our laboratory services. I mentioned the creation of methods to develop measurements for the complex organic compounds, volatile acids that we are working with. I only want to note that that is one of the areas that really did come out of flattening our team and giving some more authority and responsibility to our staff, because they really did step up, champion that, and it's a lot better than just having to wait for that to happen. We've modernized the equipment to improve our efficiency. I touched on that, and right now we are looking into the future to continue that efforts to become more effective and prepare for what we are looking for. We are looking to develop methods to measure carbon sequestration in soils, to better understand what the overall environmental impact of some of our restoration projects are, to develop methods for the virus, and take more involvement into the continuous monitoring, whether that be into our collection system or in the receiving streams, or for our effluent as well. And so with that, we have assigned a couple staff to work directly with Nate and his company to manage and maintain some of the continuous monitors, so that we do a better job of really understanding how to operate treatment plants to meet our upcoming water quality standards and our criteria. And with that, the last slide, please. And that's what I wanted to touch on. Are there any questions, please?
I'd just like to make one comment, please.
Sure.
Thank you. My comment is that this group seems to be getting more and more increasing responsibilities, and notwithstanding the transfer of the 4 positions to the other group, it looks like there was a position proposed that probably isn't going to make it in. I want to make sure that this group, with its increased responsibility with the monitoring for the virus and so forth, has the resources that they need to move forward. So just thinking that that might actually be a pretty important position to fill.
Maybe we can talk about the new positions. So they're not budgeted in the base budget, but the money has been set aside in what we call non-departmental and Fund 101. So as we track the revenue, the team is really great. It's led by Nora Curtis and Nate Cullen to actually do district-wide balancing of how do we want to spend the money on our vacancies and also these positions that we put in non-departmental. So yes, thank you very much. The team has really rallied together to figure out what the true priorities are, and they've been given the latitude to be able to make some shifts between current vacancies that we might choose to hold versus doing some of the new additions. So all of those are done on a quarterly basis through the team.
So related to that, for the benefit of the budget committee, as you go through each quarter, you know, I imagine that you would provide that to the board of directors, but we may want to make sure that those communiques also go to the budget committee so that they can see how your decision-making through the proposed budget, but the go, no-go, hold is actually put into practice.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Bob, just my favorite question is the last permit. Did the appeal process ever end? I mean, you're talking about submitting the next one, and I'm thinking, I'm not sure the first one ever got done.
No, you know, I'm sorry.
I was going to say the first one. The last one ever finished.
I wasn't anticipating that question.
You know me better than that.
No, I have a last chance discussion with the new DEQ water quality administrator to see if they will process that appeal or not. I fully expect that they will tell us no, that they do not want to do that. But nonetheless, the point I want to make is when we think about these 5-year increments, everything that the permit was challenged on was stuff that we had done, stuff that's lousy English, were activities that we had resolved somewhere between 5 and 10 years ago. The environmental groups correctly noted that they were not well described in the permit evaluation report. We provided DEQ everything they needed to respond to that. DEQ has not found the resources to put into that yet, and so they want to wrap that up into the next permit. What I want to avoid like the plague is debating the issues that are now 5 or 10 years old, and really rather focus on where we're going the next 10 or 15 years. So I've been lobbying EPA or DEQ pretty heavily on that point, and I'm going to use that as primarily the discussion with the DEQ administrators next week. I don't expect to be successful, and I'm sorry for my failure, at convincing him to move ahead and move that behind us before we get to our next permit.
I just had to bring it because I think the last one was extended out like 10 years, and then you get a decision, it got appealed, and we still don't have any finality to it. And so that's why I had to ask.
Yeah, and I've been promised that we will not be administratively extended. Much of the work we were going to do that I didn't touch on is anything that could touch on the administrative extension and the reuse plans. We're talking to DEQ so that we could submit additional sites without having to be impaired by an administrative extension if it does occur, to prepare ourselves for that. And the odds are now 5 to 1 in the little envelope outside my office of that extension.
Great. Can we, is there anybody on the Zoom call that had a question? I just wanted to check in.
No, Mr. Chair, not at this time.
Thank you.
So before Bob leaves the table and we transition to our next speakers, I just wanted, I assumed this was the last slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to say I enjoy seeing you in person again, to congratulate you in person on the recognition. I don't know if TRK actually did it virtually or if I'm speaking too soon, but with all that each member brings, not only to our watershed and our waste shed, but also to just innovation and helping us learn more as we do our oversight work. Thank you very much, and thank you for continuing to teach us as you all innovate in the whole industry and make your incredible contributions, not only for our planet today, but also for future generations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate bringing that education with a little humor too that works well for some of us. Great.
And this is Dave Waffle, and one of my new roles is chair of the Tualatin River Keepers, and we look forward to eventually giving that award to Bob.
I look forward to receiving it. Thank you, Dave. Nora, welcome up.
Afternoon. I am Nora Curtis. I'm the Managing Director of Utility Operations and Services.
I like the shorter name, by the way.
Yeah. For reference, the Utility Operations and Services budget is contained under the third to last tab in your budget document, beginning on page 195. I'd also like to acknowledge the 4 division managers who have joined me as Zoom panelists. Andy Braun, who leads our Conveyance Capital Projects Administration Division. Damon Reishi, our Planning and Development Related Services Division Manager. Brian Sandhu, Field Operations Division Manager. And Mark Frank, the Administrative Facilities Management Division Manager. I bring them in because if you have any detailed questions, I absolutely expect that they're going to be the ones answering it. Next slide, please. The proposed fiscal 21 utility operations and services base budget represents an increase of about $309,000 or 2% over revised fiscal 20. All of that increase is within personnel services, as materials and services has decreased about $569,000 or 12%. The bulk of that reduction was in contracted services related to the discontinuation of the building maintenance services contract with Kidder Matthews, the elimination of a one-time expenditure last year that we had for some large diameter TV work, and reductions in travel and training. Part of the increase in personnel services is related to bringing maintenance in-house with the mid-year addition this last year of 2 staff. There are 3 proposed FTE positions that are not included in the base department budget. These positions will be evaluated as the region's economic outlook becomes clearer. Next slide, please. Utility Operations and Services is divided into 4 divisions and an administrative program that houses the managing director and the 4 division managers. The 18 staff in the Conveyance Engineering and Capital Projects Administration are responsible for the design and construction of district-implemented sanitary pipeline and storm and surface water conveyance and stormwater treatment projects, including coordination with the co-implementing cities and Washington County. The Development Services and Systems Planning Division is responsible for engineering and environmental plan review and inspection of developer-implemented infrastructure projects, and also oversight of city-permitted development projects. This division also performs quality control of the district and city maintenance programs and implementation of the private water quality facility inspection program. The largest division in the department is Field Operations with 75 staff. Field Operations is responsible for the operation and maintenance of all district storm and sanitary conveyance infrastructure and stormwater management facilities. The district is also very fortunate to have an extremely talented in-house construction section within Field Operations that provides support for conveyance, watershed, and treatment plant projects. The Administrative Facilities Management Division manages building modifications and improvements and oversees the day-to-day management of the employee-occupied buildings that are not associated with the treatment plants. If economic conditions warrant, the district would look to potentially bring on 2 positions within development services to assist with plan review and implementation of the private water quality facilities program. We firmly expect that the private water quality facilities program will see an increase to over 1,000 facilities that will be under that program shortly. And we also are looking potentially to bring on 1 position to support the fleet maintenance program within Field Operations. Next slide, please. Utility Operations and Services is definitely impacted and has by all 3 drivers of growth, asset management, and regulations. But we also recognize that COVID-19 has left us with a number of as yet unanswered questions. For example, growth directly impacts the workload of development services, with over 850 permits issued this year. But the depth of the economic downturn or the pace of economic recovery is unclear right now. As new facilities, structures, and pipeline assets are added to accommodate growth, we also have an existing system which is aging. The district's 50th anniversary also marks the anniversary of the construction of the backbone network of large diameter interceptors that were constructed to allow the decommissioning of the 23 treatment plants that existed before the district was formed. And while that system has served us well, we are now into an era of planning for upgrades to these critical pieces of infrastructure, as well as continuing to invest in the rehabilitation of the smaller diameter systems, parts of which are now over 100 years old. We know that we're going to be more actively managing our CIP projects and making those no-go, no-go, hold decisions. But we also know that COVID-19 has and will trigger previously unexpected expenses, especially as they relate to facility improvements to enhance employee and public protection. As we continue to implement the new stormwater regulations that were adopted by the board last year, and as Bob mentioned, we are also facing a new permit and the issuance of a revised 1200C erosion control permit. The district serves as an agent for DEQ for that permit, and most likely the revised permit will also mean a revised memorandum of agreement with DEQ that likely will come with increased requirements. As Bob mentioned, we've been working very hard with our regulators to help develop strategies and approaches to meet our permit requirements that are not typical, but that provide better overall environmental outcomes. However, we've already begun to see that there's some uncertainty in our partner regulators, and they're generally right now a little more hesitant to consider alternative permitting strategies, especially in light of their own funding challenges. Our co-implementers are feeling that same level of uncertainty, which leads to questions on the timing of implementing jointly funded projects. Next slide, please. In the meantime, the district has implemented a number of specific actions in response to COVID-19. These included having our inspectors use their vehicles as offices, which led to the need to provide some more field restroom facilities as many stores and restaurants closed their facilities. Almost 100% of the staff at the administrative building moved to telework, with the exception of the administrative facilities staff who have been diligently working to keep the buildings maintained and improved in response to COVID-19. Chair Harrington, I think, saw firsthand our efforts to stagger field operations entrance points and shift start times, including going to single occupant vehicles whenever possible, modifying and strengthening our PPE policies and procedures, and eventually setting up an entirely new second field operations reporting location. As I move through the remainder of the presentation, I'll be focusing on each division, its accomplishments from fiscal 20, and the goals and challenges ahead for fiscal 21. Next slide, please. In development services, as we began this current fiscal year, the volume and pace in Washington County continued to be strong. The number of approved lots that were created through the development of subdivisions, and the number of houses or businesses that were then permitted to build on those created lots was staying steady. Although, as John noted this morning, we had started to see a slight softening. Next slide, please. To get a better sense of what has happened since COVID-19, we wanted to take a look at that same data year over year. The dashed lines on these graphs represents fiscal 19 data, and the solid line represents fiscal 20 data. The graph on the left shows site development applications. These are submittal of engineering plans for developments that already have land use approval. Trends were similar up until the beginning of March of this year. And in March and April, there was a sharp uptick in submittals, followed by a sharp decline in May. We believe this may be representative of applicants wanting to obtain funding and finalize plans in the face of an uncertain future at that point in time. But while submittals of development plans were seeing an uptick, that has not translated into applicants purchasing connection permits to build on those newly created lots or existing lots. The normal spring construction starts just aren't happening right now. And this kind of flattening the curve is a different one than we've talked about generally, but it is the type of data that we will continue to track. Next slide, please. So even though new construction starts may be slowing, we've not slowed our planning and partnering efforts. Putting energy into planning during this slower time will help the district and the region be ready to respond when things begin to pick up again. We continue to work directly with the co-implementers in regional stormwater planning for expansion and redevelopment areas. The photo on the left is of the Red Rock Creek subbasin in the city of Tigard, where we are partnering to develop a regional stormwater plan that includes both gray and green infrastructure and enhancement of an existing degraded creek system to provide stormwater quality and quantity treatment for proposed redevelopment in the area and also for the proposed Southwest Corridor Light Rail project.
We also continue to work with private developers to identify alternatives that not only meet stormwater management regulations, but produce outcomes with multiple environmental and community benefits and make stormwater treatment seen as an amenity to the people who are going to have to live there. And although COVID-19 may have taken us out of the office, we have not stopped work on planning and identifying potential opportunities for similar projects in the infill areas. And based on the direction from the board and input from CWAC earlier this year, we have been able to complete the infill subbasin prioritization, and we will be presenting that to CWAC at their next meeting. This prioritization gives us direction and tells us where to focus our planning efforts first. Next slide, please. We really miss our in-person interaction with our clients and customers. However, with the aid from our very talented digital solutions group and the deployment of technology, Development Services has been able to deliver its entire suite of service to our customers and keep things moving. We still have pre-app and technical assistance meeting. They're just via WebEx or Zoom or some other virtual platform. We're doing plan review, permitting, and payments electronically. Clients and customers have even remarked that it's so nice that they don't have to travel all the way out to Hillsborough anymore. But we're really hoping that they will come back and visit us once in a while once we open back up. Next slide, please. Even before COVID-19, the district was exploring ways to make information and education more accessible to the community. The Nature of Green Infrastructure program was developed in partnership with PCC starting in 2015. It was offered as a traditional in-classroom and field training, providing information to the commercial landscaping industry on how to inspect and maintain private vegetated stormwater facilities. There was such a demand for the training, both locally and nationally, that the district moved forward this year with developing an online version that could be offered more broadly. The training is popular because although vegetated facilities are now required in many areas of the country, maintenance is often at best an afterthought and many times not considered at all until the system fails. Since its initial rollout in April, almost 50 people have enrolled in the online training. We are offering it currently at no cost to our co-implementers, and then we also have several enrollees that have paid the tuition fee. The next phase in delivering the training is to produce an online Spanish language version. This was originally a request from a large local landscape maintenance company whose workforce is almost 100% Spanish speaking and has over 50% that has never learned to read. Modifying the training became a partnership and is almost complete. We had to delay the last step though, because it involves bringing people into a very small recording studio to narrate the lesson modules in Spanish. So we'll have to wait a little bit or find an alternative to get that last step done, but we are looking forward to it. Next slide, please. In the Capital Projects Administration Group, although we've deferred some capital projects, we continue to plan for investments to expand system capacity. This year we completed the $34 million investment in the Upper Tualatin Interceptor, and that project also received the American Council of Engineering Companies Award for Utility Project of the Year. The Cedar Mill Sanitary Sewer Upgrade represents a $9.7 million investment in the heart of the district's area and allows for coordination of stormwater improvements necessitated by the county's Jenkins Road project and riparian enhancement along Cedar Mill Creek through the Tualatin Hills Nature Park. It's a cornerstone project associated with the Tualatin Watershed Enhancement Collaborative. As I noted previously, the district is facing the need to implement more projects to increase capacity in its large diameter systems. One of the unique aspects of these pieces of the system is that many of them are now located in mature and valuable riparian corridors. which makes the planning and alternatives analysis phase of the project design very important. So while the actual construction of these projects might be deferred, over the next year or so, we will have the ability to thoroughly vet options for these important pieces of infrastructure. Next slide, please. Under the district's capital projects cost-sharing policy, we contribute to sanitary conveyance projects if they're over 12 inches with co-implementing cities. This past year included the completion of the $3.6 million Ginger Street sanitary sewer project in Cornelius, which will serve the southwestern portion of the city and is slated to eventually build out over 800 new homes. The district is also partnering with the city of Sherwood and private developers on a multi-phase $15.3 million project serving the Brookwood expansion area and the new high school. Because these projects are often long range, providing service to areas that are scheduled to build out over 15 years or more, comprehensive planning is critical to sequence and size these improvements. The $10 million Basalt Creek improvements are an example of how the district works with both cities and private developers to explore all options to optimize project delivery. And if you look at the little squares with the little question marks, those are all possible locations of pump stations. And we are still in the process of identifying where do we build the first one, and do we go ahead and build the last one, and how do we serve what areas might build out in that overall area at what point in time. So this is an important part of phasing these types of improvements. Next slide, please. We're also continuing to collaborate on storm and surface water management projects. I mentioned the Red Rock Creek redevelopment area earlier, which is shown in red on the left-hand side. We are also partnering again with Tigard and King City on a comprehensive planning effort to identify stormwater strategies for the South Bull Mountain and King City expansion area, which is the kind of purple, olive, pink color area. We continue to strengthen our relationship and collaboration with Washington County Land Use and Transportation, and we are building on the successful implementation of several joint projects. I really see this as a truly positive trend between our two organizations. We are trusting one another more. We're working much more closely together as a team, and this is resulting in projects with multiple benefits that are better leveraging our collective resources. One example is the Blanton Street stormwater improvements that will be implemented with the county's roadway project and includes the addition of $500,000 in vehicle registration fee revenue and urban road maintenance district funding, and that will help address some long-standing nuisance flooding in that area as well. Another collaborative project with the county is the Butternut Stormwater Approach Project, being performed in conjunction with the county's 209th Street project. This partnership project will allow the district to implement stream enhancement and floodplain reconnection to meet the county's stormwater requirements, but also provide the adjacent neighborhoods with a much improved community green space. This project was the subject of a question that came to the district prior to the budget committee meeting regarding the use of the community engagement liaison services. We have engaged that organization as part of our outreach to expand and improve how we outreach to, especially to Spanish-speaking folks. And we've been really pleased with the amount of positive feedback we have gotten from the several adjacent homeowners associations that back up to this stream corridor. Next slide, please. I'm really pleased to report that despite the pandemic, Utility Operations Services not only has been able to provide core services to our ratepayers, we were also able to immediately redeploy resources in the early weeks of the pandemic to ensure that we also met all our permit requirements. Next slide, please. I touched on this briefly, but perhaps the most dramatic COVID-related changes to our operations happened within field operations. And most impressive was the speed at which those changes were implemented. Next slide, please. Our ability to make these changes so quickly was in part the result of previous investments in efficiency and innovation. Over the last few years, we have been deploying more iPads and handheld devices to the field, allowing staff to access maps and enter maintenance data real time. So we had a good start on having field staff comfortable with technology and ready to accept additional new technology like the use of virtual meetings. Although not specifically COVID-related, previous investments in new equipment and technology has helped us manage through this crisis, even with revised operating procedures. This year, we took delivery of a recycler truck that's used for line maintenance. This valuable piece of equipment increased our productivity by allowing crews to stay on assigned tasks longer, reducing our dependence on purchasing clean, fresh drinking water to do routine maintenance, and reducing our carbon footprint through the reduction in unproductive driving time to get additional water. All of this translates into lower long-term costs for our customers. And as an example, an older style combination cleaner truck working in the same area as the recycler would have used 3,000 gallons of fresh, clean drinking water to clean about 2,500 feet of storm lines. The recycler cleaned 23,000 feet, almost 10,000 more, while only needing to stop and get 500 gallons, or a sixth of the water used. So a sixth of the water used to clean 10 times the amount of line. COVID has validated the need for us to continue to invest in planned upgrades. About half of our flow monitors transmit flow data back to us via 3G modems. During this pandemic, with every single man, woman, and child has been hitting the cellular networks, we have been routinely unable to access data because we are competing with everybody else for the same bandwidth. We have a planned project to upgrade our network to access the FirstNet system, which provides first responders and utility providers dedicated bandwidth under heavy network traffic conditions, like an emergency event, without reducing bandwidth for everyone else. This project has become an even higher priority as we realize that we will most likely be under these conditions as we come into the wet weather season, and our need to have our eyes on the system with the real-time flow monitoring data becomes even more crucial. Next slide, please. All of these investments support an overall emphasis by the department to get data to and from the field in near real time, thus improving overall accuracy and efficiency. We no longer have to rely on paper maps and data. One improvement this year was an advancement that now lets crews see not just the assets on their own daily work order, but the status of assets in the area all around them. So for example, if a line or a catch basin had not been able to be cleaned on its previous work order because, say, a car was parked over a manhole or something like that, then a crew that's working subsequently in that area can now immediately see that and pick that up, thus helping to ensure that we are more consistently able to meet our performance standards. Next slide, please. We are deeply grateful for the support we have received from the board to invest in both our human and equipment resources. These investments provide us increased capability to do our day-to-day work, like immediately responding last week to a large sinkhole or installing fiber conduit to allow district network access to the research center. These investments also give us options to get things done when we would otherwise be waiting for vendors or contractors. For example, on the right-hand side, when the supplier of the Connex trailers we are now using as temporary locker rooms at the materials handling yard was not going to be able to deliver them for over 2 weeks, we arranged to haul them ourselves using our own equipment and with the help of legal in putting together a very quick contract, and with the help of Victoria Nolan in developing our insurance certificates, allowing us to implement a critical component of our field operations physical distancing plan. Next slide, please. We remain focused on implementing an effective asset management plan, one that utilizes the data we have and allows us to optimize our maintenance programs. The district has systems and data to support the critical elements of an asset management plan. Data that's used to characterize the likelihood of failure, like age, pipe type, and condition, and data that can be used to assess the consequence of failure, like pipe size, location, and the types of services that line provides. Next slide, please. What we want to do is turn all these disparate pieces of information into information to drive decisions. For example, starting from just a spreadsheet type list of data, we can then begin to visualize individual defect types. Then looking at all the different types of defects and their location, we can begin to score and rank overall pipe condition and risk. And we can use those tools to inform prioritization and sequencing of both capital projects and repairs. Next slide, please. The Administrative Facilities Division has been busy literally keeping the lights on. But we've also been planning for a while for several large capital projects related to buildings. Like other capital projects for the district, we may be delaying and deferring those implementations of those larger investments, but we will continue with important planning and programming related to those improvements at the Research Center, the Tualatin River Farm, the field operations, and ABC. Next slide, please. At the same time we're tapping the brakes on those previously planned building projects, we will need to make improvements to buildings related to COVID. These include things like facility access, internal employee traffic routing throughout the building, and installation of personal protective equipment to allow the public and more employees to return to the office safely. Next slide, please. We have also come to realize that it is likely that we will need to maintain a second field operations reporting facility into the colder, wetter months. So we have initiated an alternatives analysis project to look at more permanent options than at what we would generally refer to as our Springer site, just north of the Hillsborough Airport. These may include some internal tenant improvements to the existing tilt-up building that's shown as one. It's currently used just for storage by the district. Maybe building some sort of storage or garage type structure on the vacant lot that's just to the north of that, with limited locker room facilities, or making improvements to the materials handling site, which is shown as number 3, where we currently have the temporary locker room facilities and shower facilities. Next slide, please. I have often said that one of the most unique aspects of Clean Water Services is that this organization is at its best when things are at their worst. We work together, we put aside petty differences, and we accomplish amazing things. On behalf of the entire Utility Operations and Services Department, I really want to thank the Budget Committee and CWAC and the board for your continued support and leadership as we weather this current storm together, and I look forward to when the horizon is once again clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
Nora, thank you. You're expressing some of what we all feel.
And this is a especially poignant time for us because Nora has announced her retirement. She's going to be with us through the end of this year, but this is Nora's final budget, so it makes it even more special, and it's just been so fabulous to have Nora and her leadership on our team. And I must say, she's prepared Andy Braun and Ryan Sandu and Damon Reishi and her newest team member, Mark Frank, very well. So thank you, Nora.
They made me
How
look
many,
good.
how many budget cycles have you been through, Nora?
This will be 31. Amazing, yes.
Thank you.
I have one comment as well. It was always pleased me to see Nora and her advancement through the organization. She and I have talked about that before, and I think both she and Diane, you may identify a little bit, fairly unique to have women in engineering programs, as you tell me, back a few years back, and you both have shined incredibly well. And Nora, you will be missed. I mean, you always had a clear and very succinct way of explaining things, and even brought around people like me to understand what you're attempting to do. And I've been there with you every one of those 31 years, so I can attest to the fine job that you've done. So I hope in your retirement you have fun and think about it just a little bit, okay?
Yes, I will. And I have appreciated the challenge you have placed before me in those 31 years.
Thanks.
Well, certainly working with Roy can be a challenge.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much. I apologize for getting a little shaky there at the end.
Whoa. So Nora, I have to say, I think I've known you for almost all of the 31 years you've been here, and we've worked together, and I cannot tell you how much I've appreciated working with you. The friendship and the collaboration and just your input's been tremendously valuable, and I really appreciate all that you do for us as ratepayers and as a friend.
Thank you. Thank you. We're leaving it in good hands, so.
I have one more important question. I want to know if your haircut is Phase 1 approved.
It's Monday at 5:30. Thank you.
And we want to acknowledge her husband, Mark, is in the audience.
Who has
joining
not
us.
gotten his Phase 1 haircut.
Joining us today, yes. Thank you, Mark, for coming.
Thank you.
Nora.
All right.
Suppose I should have opened it up to questions, but that would have been, she did such a great job. I'm not sure there were any. Who has it? I don't see a hand. Mike, you should, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. I see a hand. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I wanted to say thanks and congratulations from Nora, or to Nora. As a veteran of over 30 years of budget committee presentations, it's always been exciting to watch and hear her presentations and all the stuff that Clean Water Services is doing. So I too am getting a haircut next week on Tuesday. And I think Nora and I both started with black hair when we first started doing budget committee meetings.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Nate.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Weller and the Budget Committee. I'm Nate Cullen, the Managing Director of the Water Resources Recovery Operations and Services Group. We run the 4 treatment plants, and we have 43 pump stations that we maintain and operate. Only 4, and you're very familiar with one of them now. So before I start, though, I do also want to extend my appreciation and thanks to Nora. Besides working with her for not quite that many years, I've really enjoyed working with her this last COVID period where her and I have been sharing incident command duties with our Emergency Operations Center. And she's done a phenomenal job of leading the district in this response to this emergency. So she gets a huge amount of credit, and I really do appreciate what she's been able to do for us. So next slide, please. I'll get into my presentation. Overall, we're proposing a 2% increase in our budget, and that's with a 4% increase in personal services and a minus 2% reduction in the operations, materials, and services. We do have one budget increase in full-time staff. That's a transfer from business services this last year. And like the other groups, we're proposing some positions, if possible, in the budget. We have 8 potential ones that I'll be talking about, but we would like to be able to emphasize those are important for future growth as well. Next slide. Water resources recovery is organized into 5 operating programs, which are shown at the top of the page here, starting with, on the left, biosolids reuse in Fernhill, which does resource recovery of the products that the treatment plants produce. Then we have Durham and Rock Creek. Those are our 2 large tertiary advanced treatment facilities. We have a pump stations program that oversees those 43 pump stations. They range in size from as small as 0.2 million gallons a day up to 18 million gallons a day of flow. And geographically, they're located everywhere from Gaston over to Tualatin. They take in quite a service area. And then we have our Hillsborough and Forest Grove treatment plants. Those are one program, and they are our 2 smaller secondary treatment plants. And it's in those programs that we're looking at potentially adding 5 new positions. In biosolids Fernhill, reuse in Fernhill, we've had 2 temporary landscape technicians working there for the last 3 years. So what we'd like to be able to do is to convert one of those to full-time, because we feel we've proved there is a long-term sustained need for that level of staffing. At Durham, we'd like to add an operations analyst 2, and that would be to manage the fats, oils, and grease, which we call FOG, that program, and to take over process control of our anaerobic digesters at both Durham and Rock Creek. At Rock Creek, we'd like to add 2 utility worker positions, and these are both for training. One to learn to become a plant maintenance technician, and the other to become an instrument technician. And the reason for that is both of these trades are really seeing a shortage of people going into them. So this is an important part of our succession planning, to bring that training in-house and grow our own people in those 2 specialties. And then for Forest Grove and Hillsborough, we'd like to add 1 more electrician instrument technician. We have 1 today, but with the 2 plants being 1 in Hillsborough, 1 in Forest Grove, we'd like to be able to have 1 of those people in each of those, physically located in each of those 2 treatment plants. And then along the bottom of this diagram, we show the 3 support programs that really help make these other 5 operating programs work well. First is treatment plant services, which provides the project engineering and technology development and research for the department. We have an administrative group which covers the management and also pursues business opportunities. Then the third group is technical plant services, which provides engineering for support, technical support, mechanical, electrical, instrumentation engineering. They manage the automation control systems, and they're the ones that oversee our asset management system. The position that was transferred, and I mentioned, was an administrative associate, and that was into our administration group. But we're also looking to see if we could add 3 additional positions. 1 in treatment plant services. We're proposing to add an operations analyst 1 position to augment our technology development and research group. And that's really to help further enhance the optimization that that team does for the rest of the operating programs. In technical plant services, we're looking to add a mechanical senior engineer, and that's to assist the staff in troubleshooting, developing design standards, sizing mechanical equipment, evaluating options when we need to replace equipment. And then the last position is in technical plant services also. It's a program support specialist buyer Very similar to what Kathy was talking about earlier, we were looking at investing more in that type of position to really get the most value out of all the spare parts and equipment that we buy. Those are the new positions that we're looking for. But as a reminder to the group, last year at the Budget Committee, this organization was new and proposed, and the objectives of it were to focus decision-making responsibility within the operating programs, to strengthen strategic planning and capital project delivery, to improve delivery of technical support services, and to encourage collaboration across the work groups. Implementation of this new reorganization is complete, and it has been a resounding success. The staff has really taken to this new organization, and it's really improving performance. Next slide, please. The drivers of our program are, and the budget requests are the same as last year. We still have growth, regulations, and asset management. There are still a large number of people moving into Washington County, and that's about 5,000 people a year, which translates into 500,000 gallons a day more flow to the treatment plants that we have to treat. We continue to face increasingly stringent regulations. Disinfection byproducts is something Bob already mentioned. Winter nitrification is an issue for us. Both of those are going to increase our future capital and operating costs. Aluminum, I've put that in bold because that's a new one, but that has the potential of reducing our operating cost, which was something Bob mentioned, and I will elaborate on here a little bit further. And then the other idea is asset management. We're really proud that the district is seeing its 50th anniversary, but with that age, our equipment is getting older and does need to be replaced. So we have been really investing in developing a robust asset management program. And that animation you saw, that really was to illustrate that COVID-19 has cast a shadow over all these drivers and everything that we do, but it really has been something that we've been taking into mind and how we do our work today and how we plan for the future. So COVID-19 is kind of embedded in everything we're doing since it's really come onto the scene. And the next slides, please, we'll talk a little bit about what that means. My very top priority and concern has been that to keep the staff healthy, to be able to keep them able to come to work and reliably perform the treatment that we have to do 24/7. Because the last thing we want at this time is another public health crisis. So we do need to continue to do our job and show up. And in that, the staff operating the treatment plants are truly essential workers. And I am very proud of the steps that we've taken as management to keep our staff safe and how the staff have responded. We dramatically revised the frontline staff schedules by creating a blue team and a white team. And the idea was to separate them physically so they can still come to work, but we don't let them interact. And that was a really important step for physically distancing so we could protect their safety. Workers who could, and we do have a lot of the engineering staff who could telework, they've been doing that, and they've been doing it very productively. Our admin staff almost thinks too productively because they're getting overwhelmed with contracts and new issues all the time because they've really been cranking out the work. And we've been benefiting by our just-in-time project delivery approach for our capital spending. And it's been really important in this time that we've had that because a lot of utilities wait and do big projects, omnibus projects all at one time, and their capital program is kind of like a switch. They either do it or they don't. And with our just-in-time delivery, we do 60 to 80 projects a year, so we have a dial. We can turn it up, we can turn it down, depending on what the economy is and what we can do. So that just-in-time spending is really turning into a real benefit during this crisis. We have also, and that one issue about cutting back on travel and training, we've done the same thing. We have a lot of our staff who are very active in professional societies, and so we backed off on attending conferences in person, but we're still participating very actively on a virtual basis. And we continue to gain efficiencies by working smarter and harder. And despite some kidding, that doesn't mean we weren't before. But we're even doing it more now. So it really is. I want to emphasize that. Next slide, please. And I want to credit the success that we have in water resource recovery to our guiding principle, which is to bring out the best in each other. In difficult times like these, it exposes what works and what doesn't work in an organization. And the culture we've created is working. It has inspired teamwork, ownership, creativity, and innovation, all of which is what leads to performance excellence. And it's really been shining in this situation. I really have seen it come through. So next slide, please. And this graphic is to try to show some of the economic results of that. What you see is in O&M, we've cut 2% of what we were planning to spend, but it's not from doing less. This is from doing better. So that's really important. And the same is true with the reduction in capital. We've cut back, but we're not cutting out what needs to be done. And we're prepared. We're doing things that prepare us for the future. And being strategic and smart about it comes from our staff. And that's the idea that they're holding us up. Our staff is really what makes this happen because they embody the values from that previous slide. So next slide. And then to show you what I mean about the doing things better, I have 3 operating budget initiatives that really highlight some of the innovation the team is doing. The first one is biological phosphorus removal, which we always call BPR, optimization and research. The next one is fats, oils, and grease, which is FOG, optimization and research. And the last one is energy efficiency and production. Next slide. And the reason we care about BPR, optimizing BPR, is if we can make that biological process work really well, we can reduce the amount of alum that is added to the treatment process. And in the diagram up there, you can see it got alum being introduced right after secondary treatment, before tertiary treatment. And that whole downstream process is just to do that last little bit of phosphorus removal to meet our permit. So next slide. So over the past several years, we've been able to achieve a steady decline in the amount of alum that we need to add. And that's what this graph is showing between fiscal year 19 and this current fiscal year. We're seeing about $100,000 reduction in how much alum we would need to add.
That's in spite of population growth?
In spite of population growth, yes. It's and the key, and there's a reason for that. The key is if we can really make this biological system stable, it doesn't need any alum at all. But the problem is it's a biological system. It goes up and down. So when it's not working quite as well, we need to add alum. So the key is we need to be able to stabilize the system. Now, I just said it was on the tertiary end. We actually add alum on the primary end also. And that's, we still need to always add that. But the opportunity is to reduce the amount of alum we add at the tertiary end of the plant. It's the second step. And we've done this through the expertise of our process control team. And this is really, if we could go to the next to see. No, I don't think that, on this still same side, thank you. And it's really led by our technology development and research team. They are truly industry leaders in how to make BPR work. And this is reflected every year. These guys give multiple papers at WEFTEC. And they're participating in all these Water Research Foundation studies. They're always leading contributors. And then this year, we're participating in a National Science Foundation study to see if we can make machine learning work to optimize the operations. So they're on this leading edge all the time on how to really make this system work. But the next slide's important or interesting, if we could go to it. Yeah, so this next slide, still talking about BPR, but this is to follow up on what Bob said earlier about the research that his group, the Regulatory Affairs Department, is doing with USGS to reduce the amount of aluminum in the river. So they came up with this whole summer-long research project to reduce the alum that we're adding at the treatment plants. And they're going to be measuring the effect of what that does to water quality in the river. And all predictions are it's going to improve the water quality. Now, from an operational budget point of view, it's going to reduce how much we spend on alum by $200,000, which is a real bonus for a program that makes the environment better. So really pleased to see that happening. Next slide, please. And then another profitable research effort that we've been working on is to push the limits of how much fog we can feed the digesters. And the graph on the left, there's a red line. And really what it's showing is that red line is how much you can normally load a digester. So we've been working our way up to that. In the last year, we've exceeded the amount that everybody thinks you can feed a digester. And that's based on lots of research and experimentation with our staff. And then the graph on the right shows what that means. So in that little bit of the yellow box there, you can see two things. One is the amount of fog we've received has gone up. And from the fog, which we feed the digesters, we can produce more digester gas. So we've seen an increase in the amount of fog we've received and the amount of digester gas that is produced. So next slide, please. So what this graph is showing is the tipping fees we've received, the fog revenue, from bringing in fog to Durham. And each year, you can see we've been going up every year, more and more and more fog. And what we were seeing this year, up until the COVID thing, we were seeing a 20% increase in the fog this year compared to last year. And that came from pushing the limits of what the design criteria would normally tell you could do. Now, that translates into $100,000 increased revenue this year. And that's what I was trying to show at that second bar from the right. That's after taking a $35,000 hit from less fog because of the restaurant closures. We don't have as many trucks coming every day as we used to because the restaurants aren't producing as much grease as they used to. But with the reopening, the restaurants coming back online, we expect more fog to return, and we can continue to push the limits of how much we can feed those digesters and keep seeing those really high revenues from the fog tipping fees. Then next slide, please. And lastly, I just want to talk about our continued emphasis on energy efficiency and production. This graph shows that we continue to buy less power from PGE and buy less power and use less power. That's what the blue is. It's how much power do we actually use at the treatment plants. And in the last 5 years, that's gone down 9%. And yes, that's accounting for the increase in growth. So we've been able to offset the growth increases by energy efficiency measures and by an increase in the amount of electricity we produce, which is a 28% increase. And a lot of that increase came from having more fog to produce more digester gas, and then that means we can produce more electricity. So everything kind of works together that way. Next slide, please. From the capital side, then I'm going to want to highlight a few projects in each of the 4 programs I have listed here at Durham, Rock Creek, Hillsborough Forest Grove, and pump stations. So next slide, we'll start with Durham. And at Durham, we're looking at having a CIP capital program of $15 million this year. That's the largest program we have in the department. And the first project up there is our West Strip improvements. That's a process. That's a process that was invented by Clean Water Services, patented, and first installed in 2000. And I'm going to try to see if I can get the acronym right. West Strip is waste activated sludge stripping to remove internal phosphorus. It's a process that was invented to really optimize the amount of, yeah, really, I still can't say it after all these years. But it was a process to increase the amount of volatile fatty acids that we can produce out of our sludge that we feed back to the aeration basins to help the BPR process. So, I mean, everything we do is kind of interconnected. But it's 20 years old, and it's time to expand the system. Because what we originally did, we modified 4 tanks at Durham that were in the original 1976 construction project when we put in that process. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna reuse another tank that we surplused and continue to recycle our facilities and repurpose them. That's a really important project for continuing to make the BPR work. The lime system project is going to replace the system that went in 1993, so it's getting near the end of its useful life. But we've come up with a new technology that is going to be much more efficient at using the lime than the system we have today. We're going to be one of the few in the wastewater industry that use it. But we did see there's lots of other industries. We did some really checking it out. So the technology's proven, but it hasn't been used in wastewater very much. So we're going to be putting that system into operation this winter. And the reason for that is because the secondary capacity improvement projects is going to be complete and operational this winter. So we need a new lime system to be able to feed that. And that project was started about 2.5 years ago. So we're going to be finishing up this fall. And when we do, it's going to increase the wet weather capacity at Durham by 25 million gallons a day, which is about a 25% increase. It's a really significant expansion of the treatment plant. Next slide, please. At Rock Creek, we're looking at $9 million to be budgeted for capital projects, with the first one being solids dewatering. That's partly what the reuse biosolids Fern Hill Groups does. They take the dewatered biosolids we produce at the plant, and they use it for land application for farmers. It's a great soil amendment. But to get it to where the farmers can use it, we need to dewater it. We've had one centrifuge at Rock Creek for 20 years now, and we had belt presses as a backup, which weren't nearly as useful. So the equipment's pretty much at its end of its life, so we're putting in 2 new dewatering centrifuges. And they're higher efficiency. We're going to be able to get more throughput and get it and use less polymer, so it would be less operating cost. And we're expecting to get a higher cake solids, so we'll have lower hauling costs for the biosolids. The primary clarifier at Rock Creek, that's going to be a 4th one. We have 3 today. And when that project goes online, it will increase the wet weather capacity by 50 million gallons a day. It's huge. And we're seeing high flows at Rock Creek, because one of the things that we do is we transfer high flows from Hillsborough and Forest Grove in the winter to Rock Creek. So Rock Creek doesn't just have to treat its flow, it needs to treat the high flows from Hillsborough and Forest Grove as well. And the last project up here is pre-chloramines. And it's an ingenious way to disinfect the wastewater without creating the disinfection byproducts that Bob was talking about. So next slide, please. What this diagram is showing is, even though free chlorine is a very good disinfectant, as Bob mentioned, when it interacts with organics in the wastewater, it can create disinfection byproducts. But if before we put the chlorine in the water, we add ammonia to it, we can create a chloramine. And it's also a good disinfectant, with the benefit that when it interacts with the organics, it does not create disinfection byproducts. So this is an example of a couple of things. This is this idea of looking ahead at regulations. What's going to come down the pike and get us? Well, we don't have a disinfection byproduct limit today, but in this next permit we might. So Bob's been warning us about this. So he's given us enough time to be studying this and be proactive. So we've been looking at different solutions on how to really figure this out. Because if we had done it the traditional way, our last facility plan, when we looked at what would you do for disinfection byproducts, the answer at the time was UV disinfection. And if we did that, that would cost us $15 million to put in UV disinfection at Rock Creek. But instead, we had time to look at alternatives. This last year, we did a pilot project that proved the concept will work for us. The other advantage of it is, as part of that research, we did dynamic modeling of existing chlorine contact basin, and we found out that we can extend the life of that before we need to build a new basin another 7 to 8 years. Because that was planned to be done sooner. That was part of our adjusting the dial, was to say, we can get more capacity out of that basin, so we can defer that, and that basin would cost $6 million. These are ways we're using our technology development research, really focusing on how can we really be smart about our capital investments in our operations.
Would the UV system also be really energy?
Yes, indeed. It's it's a big capital cost, but then the operating impact would have been every single year a huge increase in electricity cost. Next slide, please. At Hillsborough and Forest Grove, we're looking at $10 million being budgeted for capital projects, which is really a big investment particularly it's pretty much all at Forest Grove. The first project is effluent pump station and UV disinfection. There, because the flows are very low in the summertime, which is the majority of the time, UV is an acceptable choice. So we've had a system out there since 1995, and we've been keeping that thing pieced together. But it's ready to be, it is definitely ready to be retired with new facilities, which will also be much more energy efficient than the old technology. So that's one project. Another one, power service expansion. That's the facility to provide electrical service to the effluent pump station, the UV, a new clarifier that's going in at Forest Grove, and office spaces for the reuse biosolids Fernhill Group. And then the last project is the secondary clarifier project. It's adding a third clarifier out there at Forest Grove, which is going to increase the wet weather capacity from 20 MGD to 30 MGD, which is really important because Forest Grove does have a lot of influent infiltration, and it's a pretty, we see some pretty high flows pretty quick out there. So this will give us some immediate capacity augmentation. Really important part of this project, the secondary clarifier project, is we're installing it in auger cast piles. And the reason we're doing that is so that when the Cascadia earthquake hits and there's liquefaction of the soil, the clarifier is not going to settle and it's going to stay operational. So when this project's done and the effluent pump station UV disinfection product's done, which is also going to be put on piles, the Forest Grove plant will be fully seismic resilient for the Cascadia earthquake. And it will be the first treatment plant for us that will be. That's a really significant development out there.
Can I ask a quick question about
Sure.
the infiltration?
Yes.
Is that happening on just the neighborhood pipes, or is that through the Clean Water Services main pipes?
I&I happens in all pipes. I mean,
Okay.
it's a function of joints in pipes and
Okay.
joints in manholes. So it is a universal problem.
Okay, got it.
Neither side's exempt from it.
Yeah, all righty,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yep.
But there's probably 100-year-old infrastructure in Forest Grove.
Sure, yes.
So
Yep. Another point I want to mention about the secondary clarifier project is that it was being bid just as the COVID-19 crises hit. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to protect the district from any potential claims for extra cost. So part of the project award, we negotiated change order as a condition for the award that makes the contractor responsible for all additional direct or indirect project costs due to COVID-19 impacts. So we did that by change order on that project. And now for future projects, we worked with Jerry and legal to put that as a condition of future construction contracts so that the contractors bid that and know that they're taking that risk. And some of it has to do with if their staff disappears because somebody gets COVID-19 and they have to shut down, we have no control over that or how fast they come back. We also don't have any control over their supply chain. So we want them to take that responsibility. Next slide, please. For pump stations, we have $2 million budgeted for capital projects. With the first two, the North Hillsborough and the Helvetia pump station projects, those are both for growth. They're here in Hillsborough. And the first one is for industrial development south of Highway 26. And the Helvetia pump station is for industrial development north of Highway 26. And then I put Gaston up there with $0 because this is a project, it's a project that we were going to have money in this project this year. But this is the result of our goal share program. And staff from Water Resources worked with staff from Nora's group and UOPS to figure out how they could reduce the I&I at Gaston because that was driving a pump station expansion because we were having 2 pumps running at times, and that's the trigger. So they did a program this year. They not only identified potential I&I, they found it and they solved the problems. So we already know we can defer the project by 2 years, and the team's going to continue working to see if they can follow up and do more reductions to even defer expansion further. So it's a real success for how to, again, do less because you don't need to do it, and really figuring out ways around just throwing money and building something for it.
I&I, innovation?
Yeah, infiltration and inflow and infiltration.
Thank you.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, that's the bringing the water in through either the cracks in the pipes, that's the infiltration, and inflow is like a downspout that's, or a sump pump that's put into the sanitary sewer.
I think 'cause you avoided our sump pump party that we had in CWAC, so you were spared that.
Yeah, that sounds like a real fun party.
Another category of projects that we have are purely asset management. And we budgeted $2.5 million in 5 umbrella projects. And that's what's the pie chart there is showing. That we have what we call umbrella projects, which is money dedicated to electrical, mechanical, instrumentation and control, pump stations, and facilities, equipment replacement. And this is really kind of recognizing that we have to have money dedicated to replace the equipment as it's wearing out. So we do it in these umbrella projects that are the small equipment replacement. And then for larger projects, we have what we call standalone CIPs. And the first one is we're needing to replace the mixed liquor pumps, and that's that's what we call the what's in an aeration basin. So it's not something you'd want to drink, though. I can guarantee you that. All right.
I was thinking of a new COVID cocktail.
Yeah. But also at Rock Creek, we're budgeting to start replacing the influent pump station variable frequency drives. And this is, in the pump station, there's 5 of them. And they're big. They're 4,160 volts, 900 horsepower each. So these are really large drives that were installed in 2000. So they really are ready to be replaced. And the technology is out of date. They were made by Toshiba, who doesn't even make them anymore. So the plan is to replace one each year and then salvage the parts from the one and then have them on hand to keep the others repaired and in operation. Replacing the drives this way is going to allow us to spread that cost, which is $2 million to do all 5, over a period of 5 years. Next slide, please. And most of the numbers you see on here are big, but I do want to draw attention to the awards where we have some small numbers. There's a 2 for platinum and a 2 for gold, which represent an even smaller number, which is 0, which is the number of permit violations we had last year. Yeah, so happy year for us. Yeah, that's a good 0. And then in conclusion, it's been quite a year, and the next one coming, I'm sure it's going to be also. But more than ever, I also appreciate and really value the support we get from the Budget Committee, the board, and our community. Because for us in our group, it is way more than a job. We really care about protecting the public's health and the environment. And it's because of you that we're able to do that. And what I've been hearing over and over again from my staff going through this whole COVID thing is how great a place CWS is to work. So I want to thank you very much for that.
Thank you for staying healthy and maintaining systems that allow the rest of us who live here and work here to stay healthy.
And help keep us all safe while we stay home. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions?
If there's any questions?
Mike has a question on Zoom.
Mike McKillop, are you still there?
I'm here.
Did you have a question?
I had a question with the small incremental improvements that are always being made at the treatment plants to keep up with the growth and changes in technology. Do you ever foresee a time when you're going to have to just have a whole new treatment plant somewhere, either for capacity or technology? And if you do, are you in the process of trying to quietly look for sites?
No, it's a great question. And it's something it's always on our mind, but we actually formally look at that every 5 or so years when we do our facility planning. And part of what we do is we're looking at the next 5 years, the next 20 years, and what we call ultimate build-out, which is what's projected by Metro. What's the ultimate build-out for Washington County? And then even beyond that, because some days they're even going to grow past that. So what we've been able to do is have a plan that we can meet all those different milestones within the existing footprints of the treatment plants we have today with existing technology. And that's the key. It's with what we also know is we can do it within the footprint with even with advanced technologies that have a smaller footprint. So we are pretty confident that we can continue to treat all the flow that's coming to the treatment plants today and into the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, we do not, Mr. Chair.
Any from those present here? Hey, thank you very much. Thank you for all that your team does. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to a break. Yeah, how about we do a 10-minute break and I'll be back at 3.
Yeah, I've got a 4:45. I hope I can make that in Forest Grove, right? I thought I had plenty of time, but I'm starting to
We'll be
think
done
I'm
by
not
8.
going to, huh?
We'll be done by 8 o'clock, I'm certain.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave at 4 o'clock.
We'll be back at 3. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to have to leave at about 3:15. So I thank you. And do we have quorum is my concern. Do we have quorum? If I just, or I can call
Let's-
back in.
So those of you on the phone, on Zoom rather,
Can we get can we check, I know Mike's there. Molly, are you still on the line?
Let's see if I can unmute him for you.
Oh, we've got, and
And
there's
Yes.
Commissioner Willie, and I just heard from Molly and
Yep.
Lori.
I'm here.
Okay, and Commissioner Rogers. Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a quorum then.
Okay.
yeah,
Thank
will
you.
all of
Thank
you
you.
be able to stay on through, say, 4 o'clock, 4:15?
We'll be good.
I have a couple of phone calls that I thought this was supposed to be done by 3, so I scheduled 2 phone calls at 3:15 and 3:30. But I can postpone those. I can't stay till 4:30, but because I need to leave by 3:45. So how about I can stay till 3:45? Is that going to work?
We'll do our best to move along here. I
And
think because we have one more department and then our public comment period and the decision. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I think we'll have a quorum, even if you do both.
I'm gonna be similar to Jerry. I've got a grandson's graduation tonight, so I need to be gone by about 3:45 as well.
Okay.
I think we're fine, but thank you very much. And let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break
Well,
then.
how about?
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, well, we'll be back at 3. We'll do
3.
that. All right. Let's do it.
I was too long up front, so they relegated me.
Yeah, and then it went to 3:45. That was okay too, but pushing 4 is really getting beyond what I. Pick up another 15 there.
just in the Zoom bill. I didn't want to walk into it if you were. No, I just trying to figure out some billing.
Want a picture? Oh, I've seen those, yeah. Cool. It makes it a lot more comfortable than it dig into your ears as much. Well, it's gonna be a high-end designer gear for masks. Yeah, I can see that coming. Yeah, I can see that coming. Oh, that's a. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. You gonna go right now? Three o'clock.
3 o'clock, we're going to get set up here and kick it off. Bruce is going to lead us off.
Thank you, Chair Weller, Chair Harrington, board members, Budget Committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for sticking with us all this time and listening to these conversations. You know, every year I learn so much at these budget sessions. I kind of get a taste of what's going on at the district.
Excuse me, Bruce, it's really hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's usually not what they say. It's usually the opposite. But it's inspiring. It's inspiring. You know, I often have said to people, you know, this is like Disneyland. And then Tom Vanderplant reminds me and says it's one thing to work at Disneyland, and it's one thing to visit Disneyland. It's another thing to work there. So you know, I just want to commend all of you for the support and thank the management and everyone else for this opportunity. Former name, Watershed Management. You guys said, why is his name changing? It's kind of inspiring, and everything should change every few years to make sure people don't get stuck in their ways. And I go back to my early part of the career, and watershed departments and utility settings were down in the bowels of the organization. They were this kind of side thing, or it was tied to mitigation or something. So they would have a few watershed people, or it would be some kind of, greenwashing group, sitting in a corner. And one of the reasons I came to Clean Water Services was that this was an opportunity to be on equal footing with the entirety of the organization so that we could integrate concepts of the watershed with everything else. And hands down, it's been great. And what's happened, and it's happened over those years, you know, from back when they started this department, in that that evolution has brought this notion of it's all integrated to fruition, and that watershed is owned by everyone. So, you know, it is certainly, actually in some ways, past due, changing the name. The other thing that's changed is we started, you know, 15 years ago with this thing called a temperature compliance problem or issue, and we were given a rare opportunity to do stream restoration and flow restoration in response to that regulatory requirement. And, you know, you start off at that time, and we were thinking project. Can we just get a project done? Can we get one done on the farm? Can we get one done with Metro? Could we get one done with THPRD? And 15 years later, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about we've created a system, a natural system network of streams and riparian areas and all of these great systems, wetland systems, which goes far beyond a project. It goes into the continuity and the size of scale needed to you know, address climate change and the resiliency issues, as well as the stressors of us humans being in the watershed. So, good name. Enhancement, you know, we've been doing a lot of enhancing, 160 river miles of enhancement with our partners. Stewardship, that's one I want to make sure that I continue to toot the horn on, because as we see all these assets across the 30-some thousand acres that the partners are working on, we've got to have not only stewards within our organizations, but throughout the community. In fact, these assets ultimately have to be stewarded by the community. So, name change, great. Next slide, please. Oh, I got two characters on the line, too. I've got Rich Hunter. You know, he's Mr. Enhancement. He's certainly a big part of the brains behind the operation. There's Tom, you know, Mr. Water Supply. You'll hear from him in a little bit. So first slide, not a lot of changes. I was told I needed to move this one through fairly quickly. We've got one position, a GIS technician position that you know, we're going to ponder and release when it's appropriate, you know, as Diane mentioned. So not a lot of changes, 2% reduction. As Nate mentioned, about every department director up here, we really value innovation and driving innovation in a way that drops business costs. And you're going to see that in my presentation too, and a lot of these you know, reductions are a reflection of us being able to do more and cheaper. And that's with technology and a variety of things, which I'll talk about. Next slide, please. A little over 20 people, about 20, what do we got now? 24, 23 in the department. As I've said before, when you look at the budget and you look at the department, look through the lens of the Tree for All group, which is a 34 some odd partners, okay? And that opportunity that started 15 years ago has helped catalyze a series of transformational partnerships that are unbelievable. When you look at the millions of dollars brought in by Metro, the millions of dollars brought in by THPRD, the millions of dollars from the duck stamps and the federal monies, the farm bill money, they far exceed what we're investing. And so when I talk about these success stories, I'm very proud of CWS, but I want to make sure that you recognize if it weren't for those partners, none of this would happen like this. It would have been a one-trick pony with a few miles of very costly real estate and would have had very little resilience for the watershed. So we're making progress in that regard. Next slide. There was a little hiccup here, but we're gonna plow through COVID response because you've heard all the stuff that's happened and mine's consistent with that. But I'm going to talk a little bit just about this one, the partnership. Partnerships, you know, our partners, whoops. Well, this is where they had an issue. That should actually be staff. So next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about partnerships. So we work with nonprofits, we work with other governments, we work with the Intel people, we work with a variety of people. And, you know, this has been tough. And we saw it was going to be tough, you know, from the beginning because a lot of these partners have finances that feed right into our system. I'm proud to say, though, we all hunkered down from the first week it all happened and said, how are we going to make things happen? We recognized that there was going to need to be new contracting systems that made it simpler for our contractors to get out there. We knew we had to have distancing for all our contractors. We knew that we had over 1 million plants going in the ground this year, and they not only had to be planted, but they had to be prepared and all that stuff. Well, I'm very proud because the staff was able to do all that work and deliver on all those things that were planned pre-COVID. It wasn't easy. I would say people like Tom and Rich and their teams are the ones to thank because they invested all the time and energy to do what we needed to do to make things work. Things like the online RFP. You approved a master services contract for restoration services last week. 25 contractors on that. 15 years ago, maybe 5, 6. When I think of, the scale that the Tree for All partners are working on, it helps and enables that whole industry to thrive. Those are 20 to 25, many of them Latino-owned population or Latino-owned organizations and minority-owned organizations that didn't exist, and they're there now, and they're strong, and they're vibrant, and they're getting work done. So I'm very proud of that. Nonprofits struggling, but once again, I'll give an example. Paseo Verde, the green walks. We used to have the training with the naturalists, at the bilingual naturalists, and then we would have these walks for all the people at Vienna Star, and we expanded that to Virginia Garcia, and now this year to THPRD, and then the COVID came. And I remember staff coming and said, "Well, are you going to send out cancellation?" I said, "No, figure out a way, make it happen." And they did. They did because they said, well, we need to create all the materials in Spanish, and we need to create a protocol so that they can take and be self-directed when they go out to all these areas. We recognize, because I said to Steph, there's no reason why people shouldn't be out there in nature, especially at this time, when the stress is so high and is there. So very delighted with all the work that Tom and Rich's team did to make those kind of things happen. Next one, please. Next slide. You kind of group, and I'm going to blast through some of these. It's kind of hard for me to get through all this stuff. That 15 years is over about 750 projects. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of them. But this is going to be fun. We kind of break our work in natural systems into 3 categories. We're changing this though because we kind of, we're working on these roadmaps, and you will see a little tweak on some of this next year. I'm wanting to also bring stewardship in here stronger, and I think I need to more clearly articulate this notion of transformative partnerships and the difference between that and a transactional partnership. And I think that's the wave of the future if we really want to do these wow things, if we want to deal with homeless, if we want to deal with all these other issues that are, wicked problems or wicked issues to deal with, in terms of complexity and hard. We need all these groups together and need to be working together to solve the, climate problems. Right? Climate change is wicked problems. Other things, water, we're going to talk about water resource, infrastructure. Tom's going to talk about that here in a couple minutes. Strategic watershed assessment and planning. We're fortunate in this basin that we have things like the Regional Conservation Strategy, which celebrates 10 years this year, and boy, you should look at all the stuff that's been done in that 10 years. It's absolutely phenomenal. That's a big piece of it. Community watershed action. I always like to highlight Tree for All because we're part of that, and I think it's a brand that represents what the collective is really trying to get done in this world. And you look at that and you have to smile once again because the groups continue to grow and become stronger with each passing year. Next slide. Now, if I was thinking solely through a watershed only, or I was looking solely through one regulatory framework, I might not think through these other lenses that are so important, especially when bringing the resources of partners to the table that need to be there to help. When you think of recreation and human health, I need the friends from Vienna Star, the Paseo Verde programs. I need the partnerships so I can go build a boat launch with Metro. Watershed resilience means you need to have thousands of acres and miles of healthy streams that are intact and function the way they should. It also means things like healthy wetland areas and floodplain access where that water can breathe across the floodplain like it was intended to do. Huge flooding down in the lower parts of the basin. Sense of place. I was so proud to see Aloha's farmers market open yesterday. That's exciting. And I feel a sense of place when I pedal by there on my bicycle and look at it. can pop in there sometimes, certainly, and other times when it's fully going, and be very proud of that. Those things connect to our farming. Our farming connects to the water connects to the practices that we are doing on those lands. And so I see all these intertwining connections as I do it. So, part of it's sense of place. Sustainable economies. Wow, you look at the native tree nursery. We used to contract for a little over around 30 different native plants. We're over 65 different native plant species we contract for in the system. So think of what that's doing to the economy and perpetuating jobs in terms of going out, acquiring the material, propagating it, and getting it in the ground. One Water, you've heard One Water. I won't spend a lot of time on that, but I can't look at our water needs unless I look through the needs of agricultural water land, the municipal, the munis. All of those have to be looked at concurrently because they all have integrated components that ensure that, that we're using that resource wisely and we're not just dumping it from one to the next, but we're integrating these things. So I think Tree for All does that very, very well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom, who's going to take a few minutes to give us an update on his favorite project that he's been doing for umpteen years. And I congratulate Tom for he's still smiling. And there is progress. I've been here almost, well, not quite 15 years, but I've seen huge progress in that time in terms of a lot of things. And I certainly have to pay tribute to people like Tom who've been persistent for that time. So Tom, it's yours. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Bruce. I appreciate the kind words. I also want to appreciate the leadership of the folks here at the budget process, the board and Diane and the leadership team, and all the help that's been provided by the other division departments within Clean Water Services. It makes it a wonderful place to work, as Nate mentioned. One of the things I want to talk about is we've got a lot of work done in the last year. We got the feasibility level designs for the 3 options. Option 1 isn't shown here, which is the safety seismic issue. We also got cost estimates. I'll talk more about that in a minute. And also we have done a lot of other work in a lot of different areas. So, but in February, the management team of both Bureau of Reclamation and Clean Water Services came together and really, because of the increasing cost estimates of the project, really had to kind of put our thinking caps back on and gather additional information. And that's why you see a funding and financing review process, working with Mark Jockers and our congressional delegation, looking for opportunities to see where we can get funding from other sources or favorable financing processes. So those cost estimates came in much higher than, not considerably higher than what we expected, but are like any other large water infrastructure or infrastructure project, it's not unusual to have that happen. So we're dealing with it as best we can as part of that process, because it's an issue both for reclamation and also Clean Water Services. So, but what's paramount is the importance of protecting public safety and the issue of the earthquake. So reclamation, along with us and other partners, the Joint Water Commission and the 12th Valley Irrigation District, are working on some interim risk reduction processes, looking at some potential structural modifications of the existing dam, and looking at those as part of those processes to protect the public and make sure we're doing the right things on that part of it. We've revised the joint project schedule. We extended it out for the purposes of both Clean Water Services and also reclamation, because they don't have enough annual appropriations to take care of their entire program with this large of a capital project. So that has made us rethink and review some of our processes and take a strategic review of how we can manage our own regulatory compliance and what additional information we need as far as the project goes. So it's a little bit of a reprioritization and extension of time, which I know after I've been doing this over 20 years, not surprised, but still think we have a ways to go, and still I'm optimistic that we can pull the different parts together and come together to protect the public and also reach our long-range water supply needs as part of that. I also want to recognize Nora. I've been to 29 budget meetings, not 31, but Nora has been a wonderful, in some cases, a mentor, and in other cases, just a great colleague. So thank you, Nora, for that. And we're going to continue to work with Reclamation closely as we have over the many years. I still got to give great credit to my team of folks. They do a wonderful job, and it makes it a joy to work at Clean Water Services. So I'll stop there, Bruce, and you can have it back.
Thanks, Tom. Next slide, please. I'll highlight a few projects. I'll go through these fairly quickly, but I think they kind of represent the notion of transformative partnerships and also that issue of scale and the benefits of having these great partners. Tributary flow. So, you know, we all have water in the Hague Lake, and we need to release that because of our temperature issue, as well as a desire to make sure that that water is ready for the next user along the way. You know, a few years ago, actually, it's been over a dozen years ago, we thought, you know, the tributaries of the Tualatin are some of the highest value tributaries when you look at the critters that live there, as well as the desired salmonids. And so this is a program that's part of Natural Systems where we partner through an interlocal and push water from the lake through the distribution system of TBID and high-value tribs, okay, where there's diffusers and it goes out. Does a number of things. Temperature, big time. Even small amounts, a CFS or two, have a major impact on dissolved oxygen, keeping the dissolved oxygen up. It's projects like this I'll talk about nationally, and they just look at me like, what are you doing? But these are the kinds of projects to me that provide benefit. So this is implemented by the Irrigation District as part of their program now. We have an interlocal agreement, which you will, if you haven't seen, you'll certainly see every couple of years. But it's a great example of maximizing that natural system and its enhancement. You know, we could have only sent it down, which we do. We need water coming down the main stem, but if we can pump it into and get it into some of these areas, it adds even additional. And our flow surveys, Laura Porter did a few years ago, clearly show that these have great impact on bringing things like coho back. Next slide, please. Fano. You'll hear very shortly. Diane will be sharing, and Mark will be sharing with you. You know, we have a solution for our favorite spot on Fano, and it's being implemented as we speak. So that'll do it. But you look at the system, though. You know, a 12, 13-mile tributary running through all these different cities, from Portland down through Beaverton and Tigard, and then looking just a dozen, 15 years ago, what it was and what it is today. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I think it's another example of when we look at it as a system, then you're able to begin to think about stringing together projects that create the system and the resiliency, the floodplain connectivity, the storage, you know, of water that would just shoot through there previously. So there's phenomenal things that have happened. We have a huge project going on in Denny to Hall this year that's getting kicked off, and that's about a mile to redo that, put in bridges, redo the trails so we don't have as much flooding on those. And that's a great thing, you know, and seeing 8.4 miles have been done in the last 20 years. It's phenomenal. I tell people that are my colleagues at other utilities, their careers are complete if they get 2 miles of restoration done. You know, and I'll tell them, no, we got about 160, and they don't believe, you know, and I said, well, it's not me. I have partners, you know, that have enabled that. So Fano, a really cool project. Another one, next slide, please. Wapato, which you guys have heard a lot about, and I'm going to spend a lot of time. But, you know, grand opening's coming. It's going. Intel's investing. Intel's investing more in some of the projects than they have in even Wapato. We've just received more money from Intel for Chicken Creek project, which is great, phase 2 of that. So it's wonderful that these things are happening. But I think what's cool about Wapato is it truly embodies what we want to do with the Tree for All brand. Next slide, please. And this is kind of a schematic. You know, you look at the funders, okay, and this breaks down the funders. And this is a puzzle. And this puzzle would fall apart if you didn't have each of those pieces, because those pieces are not just the funding, but they're the people, the relationships, and the support system you need to pull off the creation of a new national wildlife refuge. It's also why I often have to remind myself as staff, we're very proud as CWS at what we're able to do. But when you look at that kind of a project, we all have to be proud and share in that success. It can't be owned by a single entity. It needs to be owned by the community. And I think that Tree for All brand continues to, demonstrate that. It's just another fantastic example. Next slide, please. I did talk about a little bit, but I'm very excited. The regional conservation strategy that Metro and a bunch of partners put together. And I think for those of you who aren't familiar, and Lori's on the line, she'll probably scold me if I say something wrong, but Lori, feel free to jump in because she worked on this. Chair Hankton, I'm sure, was party to some of this. I think it's a great example of a bunch of governments, nonprofits getting together and saying, we're working well together. Let's put together a strategy that can help others in the community. And 10 years ago, that became reality. And now we're redoing it. Not redoing it, we're embellishing it, adding things like oak, savanna, all of that survey stuff. But I think there's also opportunities here to talk about, our equity issues and those things and how we interconnect those in the context of this conservation. Also things I think there should be chapters on talking about how this utility and other utilities can integrate with the community like we do through the Tree for All program. So I'm excited those things are happening. Sub-basin, we're seeing more and more connection now with the urban settings. A lot of the work with Nora referred to and others are now bringing all those elements into the same piece of work, the same natural system. Very, very exciting. Next slide, please. Business process improvement. I'll be done in about 3 minutes. Everyone's looking at their clock there. You start timing. I want to recognize a bunch of people, but this is another example. A lot of these business process improvements are because of the partnerships. Metro recognized with their previous bonding measure that they needed a system to be able to track green infrastructure assets. And we're very fortunate they made an investment to create TerraTrack, which is that green asset management system. And then we were fortunate, because we had a very good relationship with Metro, that they gave us a free license. So that free license has then allowed us to use this system, but to build it out to meet the needs of our system. And I think people like Rich, who's up there in the corner, for his expertise and his ability to bring the team together to do these things, we would not be doing the scale we are doing today if we didn't have this kind of technology in place. It's things like taking and handing somebody an iPad and we collect all the data on there in real time and look at it. It's a whole pile of technologies. It's online contracting. The vast majority of contracts that we lent, I think we're about 175, 200 contracts through our department a year. And they're all electronic, or vast majority. And that's from everything from receiving to payment. So that's cool that's happening, that a project manager has in his hands the invoice, but can also look at how it's been spent and how much is left and what did they produce, all on the same screen. That's pretty cool stuff. And I credit TerraTrack and that system that's been built out by the groups that do that. Also enables me to say, I could tell you where those 13 million plus plants went. And I can tell you how they're doing. I can tell you how they're doing last year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and even 15 years ago now. Next one. I think this is probably one of the waves of the future. I've pushed staff. I remember 4 or 5 years ago. Was it 4 years ago, Rich? 5 years ago now. I came back from a conference. I said, this drone technology has got to be where it's going, because we can't place people and bodies out on 700 projects, and thousands of acres and expect them to collect the data we need. And I remember coming back for a conference saying to staff, we got to do this because this is where the future is. And I remember they were rather upset with me the first year because the regulatory frameworks at that time were really tough for public agencies. But they persevered. They got certified, and we got over those humps. But it did take a year and a half. And I'm proud to say, today, vast majority, a lot of our work is done with drones. Not just on the projects I've referred to today, but Nora's projects, it's Nate's projects. We have a whole drone system now at Clean Water Services that help us be a better business. And seeing, when this started just a few years ago, we'd have to send a technician out to hold the thing, and get it going. And now, you put a square on the ground and you pre-plan the whole route, and the thing takes off, goes and does the things, come back down and downloads all the information. So it's amazing where it's going, but it's also, I think, going to give us another edge on collecting very good monitoring data at a very low cost. Next one. Can't say enough about this community watershed in action. I'm a firm believer in people. I think first part of my career and working on the Puget Sound Recovery Plan, I got jaded by a whole series of projects or plans that never got implemented. And it is clear to me that we're on the right track in this basin, in this region, and that people are willing to enable you to act, and people want to act. And it's amazing to watch this tree for all. You can look at the health program or some of these others that have evolved. It all starts with one, and it becomes two, and then it's three. And when people are excited and they do these things on the ground, they want to do more and more and more. And that's not to say you do that absent-mindedly, but what happens is that clarity becomes real, and people want to do things like the conservation strategy 5 years in because they want to validate what they're all doing. So I think oftentimes we get caught up on over-planning to the extent of people are burned out and don't want to implement, on the other end. So I think there's a combination of good planning and the sequencing of when and how we interact with community to ensure that the implementation works. I'm in it for the implementation, and you're seeing a lot of implementation, and the planning needs to be there. But I think the industry and we all need to think differently about how that sequencing happens and how we engage communities initially, and the idea behind action. People have limited time, in my opinion, to sit in meetings and do a lot of laborious work. They want to be able to do things on the ground, and I think marrying those two and seeing these actions helps an awful lot. Next one. Once again, you don't see CWS is recognized up there, in the corner, but there's a tree for all. And why do I say that? There's 15 years of success. And, you're looking at over 30,000 acres managed for watershed health that is just phenomenal. Volunteers, when you have friends of trees that have this idea of planting trees dialed in, and they bring hundreds and hundreds of people there, it's just fantastic. 160 river miles. I debate, but I really want us to recognize that's not the whole story there. I think of all of Nora's work that's being done. There's over 50 miles on the vegetated corridors right there. So you're looking at over 200, 210, 220 river miles of work that's been done in the last 15 years. 40 plus partners now, 12 million. I think we're over almost 13 now, million plants going. We've ever since 15, ever since the 10th year anniversary when we tried to do 1 million in 1 year and we were successful, we've been planting 1 million ever since. Okay, so I think it kind of shows that when people see they have a challenge and they do it, they see that they can do it again and again and again. Because I know when I said that to my staff, I said, let's try for 1 million. They looked at me like I was crazy, and I probably was at that time. No, exciting program. So in closing, I want to thank all of you. I want to recognize Nora for her efforts. I've enjoyed working with Nora. It's tough. This utility business is a tough business. You think of all the pieces, the regulations, the community, and all the things that we're trying to do. And it's fun to see all of these people and all these groups be so successful. The stormwater program, as Nora implied, is poised to expand and to do great things in the future as we get further and further down the path of restoring systems and getting the notion of these systems moving forward. So thanks again. I appreciate it, and I'll open it for any quick questions.
That was a great, short, succinct presentation. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Very inspiring.
Any questions from the committee on Zoom?
I am not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else in here? Bruce, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to our public comment period. We're going to open this up for any public that might be viewing out there in Zoom land. I don't know that we have any present here in the auditorium. But we've allocated for 3 minutes for each individual and or 5 minutes for a group. Do we have anybody wishing to address the Budget Committee?
Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone on Zoom wishing to comment. I'll leave it up to Mr. Jockers if they've received any public comment in advance of the meeting.
So we received several public comments in advance of the meeting from some committee members and one member of the public as well. Those were summarized in the questions that we sent out to you this morning.
All right. Well, if we know nobody else is raising their hand, I guess we will move on. That brings us to the summary and to the motion. Yeah, Kathy.
I'll just introduce up on the screen right now, that's the summary of the budget that you are going to approve that was presented by Clean Water Services in total, with total requirements of $605 million, and approval request is for the $605 million. If you could go to the next slide. So this is the motion that would need to be made. So I'll open that up for a motion.
I move that we approve the proposed fiscal year 2020-21 budget in the amount of $605,449,500 as presented in the fiscal year 2020-21 proposed budget document and recommended for adoption by the Board of Directors.
Is there any discussion?
Well, how about a second?
Okay, sorry, go for it.
I'll second that.
All right.
Was that Molly? Okay.
Yeah, Molly.
Okay.
Thank you, Molly.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Well, I just want to put one more thank you here at the end, and I'm hoping that Mark Poling is still on the line with us. I was trying to do the math when we put this together. These are Mark Poling on the left and Nora on the right. I think collectively they represent about 56 years of collective experience and leadership at Clean Water Services, and have had a tremendous impact on me personally, but to many other people at Clean Water Services. And as this is their last Budget Committee meeting, we thought we'd be remiss if we did not at least put their pictures up there and thank them once again. So I'm glad to see Mark is still here. He doesn't have his fancy background any longer, but I've been Zooming with Mark a lot over the last 2 months. This is the first time I've seen him in a tie. So he looks
and it'll be the last.
Probably the last, exactly.
And the last time, yeah, appropriate.
So I wanted to say that Mark Poling joined the district on March of 1996. So he has a little over 24 years of service to the district. And I know that he's prepared Ting Lu and Ryan Locicero really well and to carry on. So Mark's plans for retirement is at the end of July. But thank you, Mark, for your service. And we're celebrating every moment that we have Mark with us. And Nora Curtis started with the district on February of 1989. So she's rounding out her 31 years. Again, she's going to be with us to the end of the year, and she certainly prepared her entire team really well. And I think it's a testament to both of them, their long service, their dedication to the district, and the joy that they brought to this organization. But thank you, Mark and Nora.
Thank you.
And we have something special. Holly, were you able to?
Yes, so I thought we could wrap up here. So as much as the YouTube audience, I think, would love to watch us eat cupcakes, we could probably wrap up the meeting itself and certainly raise a cupcake in their honor.
I'll move for adjournment.
Can you take some comments first? Please. Before we adjourn, and I don't know if any of my colleagues on Zoom have anything to say as well, I just want to thank everyone on the team, not only for your stellar performance each and every day of the year, but also for always a very informative and useful budget meeting. And I appreciate all of the care and discipline and detail that you put into the budget. I learned something more each and every year, and I really appreciate all that you teach me during the course of our work together throughout the budget year, but then culminated in the budget as well. So thank you very much.
Was there any other comments before we adjourn? Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all the Zoom participants. I appreciate your hanging through this and with us. And from my perspective, it felt like it worked pretty well. So I really do appreciate all of your participation.
Just one thing from me. Mark, I hope you say goodbye to us all before you leave. You and I have traveled many roads, my friend, together, and we used to tease people and say that we were twin brothers, but nobody quite believed the height, nor the age either. But it worked good. You did a terrific job for a lot of years. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, you bet. We'll try to see you before I go.
Great. I hope so.
It's been a pleasure both working with Nora and speaking as the second tallest person in the room. It's been you've been such a pleasure, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Yes. All right.
Have a good weekend. Have a
All
good
right,
weekend.
we're adjourned. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very
everyone.
much.
Bye now.